God's chosen ones. Something is stirring in the unseen, and I can already feel the weight pressing on your spirit. Have you ever walked into a moment and sensed that the air itself was holding its breath? That is what the third week of September carries. This is not just another date on the calendar. This is history tightening its grip, destiny pulling its thread, and a warning so strange that most of the world will miss it completely while they laugh, scroll, and shrug. You set apart by heaven will feel the tremor immediately. Comment 777 below if your spirit has already been sensing this shift. And before we step deeper, I want to pause and say thank you to every single one of you who has stood with this channel, whether through a word, a prayer, or even a super thanks. Your presence here matters more than you know, because what I'm about to reveal is not ordinary. It is a countdown already ticking, a warning no one saw coming. And if ignored, it could alter the alignment of what God is preparing next in your life. So, lean in, because the deeper we go, the more the hidden signs of September will unfold before your eyes. God's chosen ones. The strange warning for third week of September that no one saw coming. This week, the heavens are not silent. The moon, which has long been a witness of divine mysteries, refuses to rest quietly. Not once, not twice, but 3 distinct times its pull collides with unseen currents, bending the spiritual atmosphere like metal under fire. The air grows dense, charged like a storm gathering before it breaks. Each night builds upon the last until the pressure becomes almost unbearable. What you cannot trace with your natural eyes, you will surely discern in your spirit an intensity that shakes your rest, a current that refuses to be ignored. The silence of creation becomes thunderous, urging you to pay attention. Even the stars seem to strain against their positions, as though creation itself waits for your awakening. Is it possible that this is no ordinary week, but a carefully measured initiation? The pattern feels almost ceremonial, as if the moon itself orchestrates a 3-step rite, forcing you to confront the very attachments, beliefs, and hidden fears you had hoped to bury. Scripture reminds us, "For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light." Luke 8:17. Could this be the moment when what was once concealed now demands exposure? The trials of this week act like a mirror polished by fire, forcing you to see what you once refused to face. Even nature testifies, just as the seed must break apart in darkness before it can emerge into light, so too must your hidden places rupture, so new life can grow. The deeper you journey into these days, the more suffocating the tension becomes. The atmosphere will not relax. It contracts and presses, insisting upon decision and movement. It is the very embodiment of what Paul wrote: "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair." 2 Corinthians 4-8. Just when you believe you understand, the unexpected collides with your plans. Tearing through the illusion of control, exhaustion sets in, not as weakness, but as a strange kind of labor pain. You feel your body resisting, every limb weighed down, as if the very earth clings to your ankles. And yet, is it not in this very pressure that diamonds are formed? The crushing you endure is shaping a brilliance you cannot yet see. The unseen hand of heaven is chiseling your soul into a vessel worthy of divine use. Yet, chosen ones, This weight is not destruction, it is expansion. You are being stretched to hold something greater than your history has ever contained, like a balloon trembling on the edge of bursting. Your spirit groans to contain more of heaven's frequency. Could it be that the very discomfort you dread is proof that you are about to be entrusted with a greater measure of glory? And no one pours new wine into old wineskins. Mark 2:22. Perhaps your very soul is being restructured into a new wineskin, capable of holding what God is about to release. The ache in your spirit is like the stretching of canvas before the artist's brush, preparing you for a masterpiece. This is not punishment, but promotion. Not collapse, but capacity building. What feels unbearable today will be the very strength that carries you tomorrow. The testimonies of the world echo this truth. The painter Vincent van Gogh, though often tormented by inner storms, once declared, "Normality is a paved road. It's comfortable to walk, but no flowers grow on it." Like him, you may feel torn apart, yet it is in this tearing that beauty begins to take root. But there is also a warning. History gives us men like King Saul, who, when pressed by divine silence, grasped for control and turned to disobedience. His refusal to endure the weight of waiting led not to expansion, but to his throne collapsing under him. The price of resisting God's stretching is always declining. His story reminds us that spiritual shortcuts often end in tragedy. One hasty step outside obedience can undo years of favor, while endurance secures eternal reward. Your present heaviness, then, is no accident. It mirrors the great truths written across eternity. Just as the tide expands and retreats under the moon's command, your spirit swells under divine orchestration. The Spirit helps us in our weakness. We do not know what we ought to pray for, but the Spirit himself intercedes for us with groans too deep for words. Romans 8:26. The sighs, the groans, the fatigue, they are heaven's language within your body. And though the field of energy around you quivers like strings under unbearable tension, it is preparing to release a symphony never heard before. The soil of your soul feels heavy, but only because the roots of righteousness are digging deeper. Each weary breath becomes an unspoken prayer, a fragrance rising before God's throne. Therefore, chosen ones, do not mistake your struggle for failure. It is not punishment, it is preparation. When Beethoven composed his Ninth Symphony, deaf and broken in body, he still conducted with furious passion until the choir erupted. Ode to Joy. The pain of silence in his ears gave way to the immortal sound of triumph. So too shall your weariness give way to joy. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. Isaiah 40:31. Even as your strength feels stolen, heaven is weaving renewal into your marrow. The valley of fatigue you now walk through will one day be remembered as the birthplace of your wings. Your tears water the very ground where destiny will bloom. Stand up, therefore, with resolve. Do not bow to fatigue, nor retreat into fear. What you are enduring is proof that you are expanding to hold the weight of a destiny too vast for the old version of you. The pressure is heaven's architecture, reshaping your soul into a sanctuary of greater glory. This week is not against you, it is for you. Rise, chosen one, and walk boldly into the expansion written with your name. For the sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Romans 8:18. The time for shrinking is over. The time for rising has come. That is what is happening to you right now. Chosen ones, you are not being drained. You are being rewired, your inner wiring stretched like roots breaking through stone. making room for new rivers of life to flow. This is why your body may feel bloated, your head spinning, your heart weighed with emotions you cannot explain. It is not collapse, it is preparation. Just as the caterpillar must endure the darkness of the cocoon before it can stretch wings of color, so too must you endure this hidden reshaping. Behold, I am doing a new thing, now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:19. The universe does not send gifts into vessels too frail to carry them. This weariness you feel is the pre-dawn trembling of transformation. The fatigue that always comes before an upgrade descends from heaven, your weariness. Then is proof that something far greater than you is drawing near. Do not misinterpret the collapse of your energy as defeat. It is the pressure before breakthrough, the sacred contraction before new birth. Have you ever watched the ocean just before the tide shifts? The waters seem to withdraw, pulling back with a strange silence, only to return with a force that reshapes the shore. That is what your spirit is doing, pulling back, only to surge forward with divine strength. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes with the morning. Psalm 30:5. What feels like the end is only the womb of beginning. And when the moon touches Jupiter, it does not whisper, it shouts. The sky on the 14th of September becomes an amplifier, stretching frequencies until what was faint becomes undeniable. Jupiter, the great expander, magnifies everything it touches. With the moon, it does not only awaken emotions, it resurrects long-buried desires and truths you tried to bury beneath routine. Suddenly, small feelings become tidal waves. Quiet thoughts echo like thunder in the chambers of your mind. It is as though you are standing beneath a vast magnifying glass, watching your inner world swell larger than life. Even Shakespeare captured this mystery in Hamlet, where he wrote, "There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so." Could it be that this cosmic alignment forces you to confront how your own thoughts shape the battlefield of your destiny? For the chosen ones, this alignment is both a blessing and a warning. You will see people around you overreacting to sparks as if they were wildfires. Arguments will erupt suddenly. Laughter may twist into mania, and sadness may plunge deeper than expected. Yet at the same time, hidden fortunes will flip like a coin in mid-air doors, opening for some with divine swiftness, while for others, the same doors slam shut with terrifying finality. It is like the forest after a storm. Some trees fall, others stand stronger, their roots gripping deeper into the soil. Every plant that my Heavenly Father has not planted will be pulled up by the roots. Matthew 15:13. What collapses is what was never meant to last. What remains is what God Himself has established. Therefore, chosen ones, do not fear the shaking. Embrace it. The same sky that magnifies turmoil also magnifies promise. The pressure in your chest, the tears that surprise you at night, the moments when silence feels too loud. These are not your enemies. They are the contractions before birth, the signal that destiny has reached the doorway. Stand tall. For even now heaven stretches you into a vessel of greater capacity. The world may tremble, but you were not chosen to break. You were chosen to rise. On this day, clarity will not arrive as a gentle whisper. It will roar like a lion in the Colosseum. Those who have been suppressing their emotions will find that the dam cannot hold. It will burst with force, scattering illusions like shattered glass. Those who have waited endlessly for a sign will suddenly feel the spotlight blaze upon them, leaving no room for denial. This is not a day to dismiss as ordinary. It is the divine intersection where buried emotions and unspoken truths finally demand expression. For there is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known. Luke 12:2. Could this be the hour when the curtain between your silence and God's calling is torn wide open? Chosen ones, you burn hotter under the same sun. The suns roar through. Leo pours out raw confidence, visibility, and exposure. While the masses may feel restless, you cannot escape the blazing spotlight. Your presence glows differently this week, and whether you welcome it or resist it, the world is compelled to notice, like molten iron in a forge. Heat reveals your true shape. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 60:1. But what do you do when the very light meant to crown you also exposes what others would rather keep hidden? As the moon sweeps past Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury in rapid fire, each alignment strikes like sparks against a firework, amplifying everything within you. Your thoughts carry new gravitational weight. Your emotions reverberate like sound waves in a cathedral, and your presence expands like a resonant frequency, filling an entire chamber. Walk into a room, and conversations falter mid-sentence. Eyes dart toward you with a mix of wonder and unease. Why does your presence interrupt their rhythm? Why does silence suddenly thicken when you arrive? Could it be that you are no longer moving as an individual, but as a signal God Himself has tuned to a higher frequency? Some will stare at you as if you were magnetic, unable to turn away, while others stiffen, unsettled, because your very existence illuminates what they would rather bury. This is why you may notice unusual behavior, lingering glances, nervous laughter, unprovoked hostility. It is not random, for everything that is hidden will eventually be brought into the open, and every secret will be brought to light. Luke 8:17. Your aura this week is like an architectural mirror placed in a city square. It reflects not itself, but the passerby. People do not truly see you. They see their shadows exposed in your light. For the chosen ones, this visibility can feel like standing in the center of an arena, where every gesture and every breath is magnified. Yet pressure is not punishment. It is a sacred stage upon which identity is tested. You are not meant to shrink back into the shadows. You are meant to carry the weight of this visibility, to notice the way hearts shift in your presence, not for their validation, but for your clarity. This heat you feel is not merely solar, it is spiritual compression, like a cosmic frequency tuning your spirit into alignment with heaven's architecture. The universe does not permit you to hide any longer. Vanity may be the easiest chain to wear, but it is also the hardest to break. The sculptor Auguste Rodin, known for The Thinker, once said, "Nothing is a waste of time if you use the experience wisely." In the same way, this exposure is not wasted. It is chiseling you into form. Every awkward glance, every restless reaction is evidence that heaven has turned up your resonance, and the world has no choice but to listen. Therefore, chosen ones, rise into the clarity that demands you. Do not confuse visibility with vanity. Do not retreat when the spotlight grows heavy. What feels like the weight of public scrutiny is actually the architecture of heaven raising a platform beneath your feet. You are being built like a cathedral, every stone of pressure stacked to hold greater glory. The righteous are bold as a lion, Proverbs 28:1. Step forward with courage. For this week is not about survival, it is about revelation, and revelation demands you stand. even when everything in you wants to run. On the nights of the 7th of September and 8th, the heavens themselves stage a drama no eye can truly ignore. A total lunar eclipse, what the ancients trembled to call a blood moon, will hang suspended in the skies. This is not merely a shadow slipping across the lunar face. It is a cosmic unveiling, as if the very hand of God pulls back the curtain of heaven and declares, "What was hidden must now be seen." The heavens bleed crimson, echoing covenant and judgment alike. The sun will be turned to darkness and the moon to blood before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Joel 2:31. And the question cannot be silenced. Is this the sign that long-suppressed truths are finally being dragged into the light of day? For the chosen ones, this eclipse does not whisper, it roars. Where others may dismiss it as mere astronomy, you sense the weight pressing against your very soul. Dreams stir with urgency. Your conscience sharpens like a blade, and your spirit trembles with holy electricity. It feels like standing beneath a spotlight you never asked for, where every hidden motive, every unspoken fear, every fragile mask is stripped away. Just as the earth's shadow silences the moon's brilliance, so too will God peel away the illusions you once clung to as shelter, for God will bring every deed into judgment, with every secret thing, whether good or evil. Ecclesiastes 12:14. Could it be that the blood-stained sky is God's reminder that nothing escapes his gaze? This night is not designed to frighten you, but to free you. The blood moon is both warning and promise, a warning that false coverings cannot endure, and a promise that truth, once tested, shines brighter than ever before. When the shadow passes and the moon re-emerges, purified from its crimson cloak, it preaches a truth written across eternity. Resurrection always follows judgment, for nothing is hidden except to be made manifest, nor is anything secret except to come to light. Mark 4:22. And if the heavens themselves must be eclipsed before being restored, why would your journey be any different? In the world's history, truth has found its way through shadow. The reformer Martin Luther King Jr., though battered by persecution, once declared, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that." His words echo the very heartbeat of this eclipse. Darkness may fall, but it cannot last. Yet on the other side stands a cautionary tale, King Belshazzar of Babylon, drunk with pride as he feasted under the writing hand of judgment. His refusal to heed the warning led to the fall of his kingdom in a single night. Daniel 5. One responded with vision that transformed nations, the other with arrogance that destroyed him. Which response will mark you under this blood moon? Therefore, chosen ones, do not hide from this eclipse. Let its crimson face remind you that heaven's timing cannot be delayed. Just as the shadow creeps, covers, and passes, so too must your trials bow to clarity. What God uncovers, he uncovers to heal. What he strips away, he strips away to strengthen. Stand firm, chosen ones. For this September eclipse is not against you, it is for you. It is the holy reminder that your story is not being written in the fragile shadows of man, but etched forever in the radiant light of eternity. Rise now, for your clarity has come. On the 21st of September, the heavens will stage yet another declaration, a partial annular solar eclipse, where the sun is bitten into a ring of fire. Unlike the blood moon that cloaks itself in shadow, this event confronts you with fire at its edges. Light narrowed but unextinguished, it is as if the sky itself whispers, even when obscured, The source of light does not cease to burn. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. Could it be that this eclipse mirrors your own story, that even in moments of covering, your true fire cannot be extinguished? This is not a symbol of loss, but of resilience. The reminder that light persists even when pressed into silence. And sometimes, it is the very narrowing of light that forces it to appear sharper, more focused, more unstoppable. Nature itself preaches the sermon. Just as certain trees drop their leaves in autumn, not as death, but as strategy for survival, so too does the eclipse remind you that temporary obscurity is not defeat, but renewal. Even the eagle, strongest of birds, disappears into the storm, not to flee, but to ride the wind above it. What may look like disappearance is often preparation for higher revelation. The soil must lie fallow for a season before it yields abundance again. And in the same way, your hidden seasons have been storing unseen strength. Could it be that what felt like absence was always God's strategy for acceleration? The partial eclipse marks the paradox of visibility, part hidden, part revealed. And in that paradox lies your lesson. Destiny often asks you to shine not in full grandeur, but through limitation. For we walk by faith, not by sight. 2 Corinthians 5-7. You may feel that your influence is only a sliver of its true capacity. Yet even a sliver of divine light is powerful enough to ignite transformation. Recognition in this week does not come because all can see you clearly, but because even in partial form, your presence is undeniable. The same way a candle can pierce an entire chamber of darkness, your light, even diminished, terrifies the shadows. And is it not true that God's greatest works often begin in fragments, only to one day reveal the fullness of glory? History echoes this truth. The German composer Johann Sebastian Bach, often overlooked in his lifetime, created music that was not fully celebrated until after his death. His works, once partially hidden, now resound as eternal masterpieces. And is this not the same with the chosen ones, that even when the world cannot fully see the extent of your radiance, heaven already hears the symphony of your destiny? The eclipse is your Bach moment, unseen by some, undeniable by others. Eternal to God, your hiddenness has never been wasted. It has only been tuning the instrument of your soul for the stage of eternity. Yet this eclipse also carries warnings. The narrowing of light is a test. Will you curse the shadow? Or will you trust that the flame behind it is still unbroken? Recognition may come mixed with misunderstanding, praise entangled with envy. Some will glimpse your light and rejoice, others will shrink back, unsettled by what they see. But both reactions testify to one fact: you cannot be ignored. Just as predators of the night grow restless under even the smallest glimmer of fire, so too will the forces that oppose you stir when your light refuses to die. Could it be that resistance itself is confirmation that you are stepping into the fullness of your call? Therefore, chosen ones, embrace this eclipse not as loss but as prophecy. What is obscured will pass, and what remains will burn even brighter. The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day. Proverbs 4:18. This September eclipse is heaven's reminder that even in your partial visibility, you are unstoppable. Stand firm, not because the world applauds, but because the light of God within you cannot be swallowed. The ring of fire in the sky declares it. You were born to burn without end, and when the shadow lifts, your destiny will blaze forth with a brilliance that even the darkest season cannot undo. The whispers, the glances, the sudden invitations, these are not accidents. They are confirmations that the spiritual work you've done in silence is now breaking open into the visible world. To be recognized is not about fame or applause. It is about the world finally catching up to what heaven already decreed you to be. For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. Ephesians 2:10. This week, when you notice someone remembering your name, repeating your words, or observing you with unusual focus, do not dismiss it. Could it be that the unseen frequencies of your labor are now resonating so powerfully that others can no longer ignore their vibration? Recognition often comes late, but when it comes, it strikes like lightning, illuminating years of unseen endurance. And though you may feel unprepared, heaven has been preparing you for this very unveiling all along. These moments are signals that your energy field has expanded beyond the capacity of invisibility. Like a bell struck in the stillness of a cathedral, your presence reverberates outward, its resonance impossible to silence. You are stepping into a timeline where your uniqueness is no longer just a private reality, it is being reflected publicly. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 60:1. Recognition is not random, it is structural. Like the unveiling of a hidden arch in a cathedral when the scaffolding is removed. Every brick of obscurity you endured was simply preparation for the architecture of visibility now rising around you. Does the world finally admit what it once denied, that you were never ordinary, never forgettable, never disposable? And as the scaffolding falls away, you realize that every hidden season was not wasted, but carefully calculated to shape you into a pillar of resilience. And then comes the strangest phenomenon of heightened spiritual weeks. The mirror reversal effect. Someone may appear before you, living a life you nearly had, the job you almost took, the relationship you almost clung to, the path you nearly surrendered to fear. This is unnerving because it feels like looking into a distorted reflection, a timeline. You escaped. No temptation has overtaken you except what is common to mankind. And God is faithful. He will not let you be tempted beyond what you can bear. 1 Corinthians 10:13. Could it be that these mirrored lives appear not to torment you, but to remind you of the chains you've already broken? They are not sent to haunt you, but to strengthen your gratitude that you listened when heaven whispered, "Not this way." And the longer you stare, the clearer it becomes. What you thought was loss was actually preservation. Psychology calls this cognitive dissonance, the shock of confronting two realities at once, who you were and who you are becoming. Physics might call it resonant overlap. When two frequencies briefly collide and reveal interference patterns. Spiritually, it is a divine mercy, a revelation that you chose rightly when you walked away. You may encounter it in a stranger's story, in a photograph online, or in a conversation overheard by chance. And suddenly, you will know you are staring at a version of yourself that almost existed, but by God's intervention, never did. Such encounters pierce deeper than words. They shake your perception, forcing you to acknowledge how close you once stood to destruction. But they also anchor you with conviction, because you now see clearly that the path you chose is the one aligned with eternity. History offers its testimony too. The entrepreneur Howard Hughes, once celebrated as a genius, ended his life consumed by fear and isolation. His brilliance collapsed under the weight of obsession because he chose chains over freedom. Yet contrast him with the poet Maya Angelou, who after years of silence rose to speak words that healed nations. There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you. Their lives stand as two reflections, one of lost potential, the other of liberated authenticity. Which reflection will your life embody under this September sky? Perhaps the very eclipse of recognition you face this week is heaven's way of asking that question anew. Will you waste the gift of visibility as Hugh's wasted genius? Or will you let your voice rise like Angelou's, echoing beyond generations? The mirror reversal is not coincidence, it is covenant. The energy this week bends timelines, pulling forward shadows of the lives you escaped. These glimpses are holy evidence that you are no longer bound to the versions of yourself shaped by compromise. If anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone, the new is here. 2 Corinthians 5:17. And while these mirrored lives may haunt you for a moment, they cannot claim you. They are echoes fading into silence, while your true song builds in crescendo. Even the laws of physics testify just as a resonance eventually resolves into harmony, so too does your life. Resolve into clarity, your shadowed version dissolve, while your authentic self stands immovable. Therefore, chosen ones, rise with boldness. Do not fear the sight of what could have been. These reflections are not your downfall, they are your proof. The sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Romans 8:18. When recognition feels overwhelming and the mirror reversal unsettles your heart, remember, the architecture of heaven has already inscribed your destiny. You are not standing in the shadow of who you might have been. You are blazing in the light of who you were always meant to be. This week is not against you, it is for you. Stand tall, for the mirror has spoken, and it confirms your rising. And when the world finally sees you, it will not be to their surprise, it will be to heaven's applause. It will not always be a perfect match, yet it will be close enough to jolt you awake. It will be close enough to whisper, "This could have been you." The mirror does not reveal what you dream of, it reveals what you almost became. For the chosen ones, this mirror reversal effect is not meant to torment, but to finalize closure. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Isaiah 43:18-19. Could it be that God Himself is showing you the life you narrowly avoided, so that you would never again look back with hesitation? These reflections are not punishment but prophecy, a reminder that His hand redirected you before you could destroy yourself. And perhaps, in the holy irony of heaven, the very life you once craved now appears as a cautionary tale to strengthen your resolve. You are being confronted with the parallel path you nearly stayed on, so you may understand fully and deeply why you left it behind. These encounters function like spiritual bookmarks, closing the chapters that still tugged quietly at the back of your spirit. The universe does not want you lingering at old gates. It wants those doors sealed, so your energy can flow forward without regret or confusion. No one who puts a hand to the plow and looks back is fit for service in the kingdom of God. Luke 9:62. Isn't it striking how the very shadows of your past now appear not as temptations but as testimonies of escape? The lives you once envied now stand exposed as fragile illusions, thin glass that could not bear the weight of eternity. And in their fragility, you see the strength of the path. You chose the narrow road that leads to life. But do not underestimate the power of this unveiling. Seeing your inverse can shake you to the core. It may stir envy, regret, or grief. You might even feel guilt as you wonder, what would that life have been like if I had stayed? And yet, in the same breath, a flood of gratitude may wash over you, because you were spared from it. Both reactions are natural. For the mirror reversal is not about fantasy, it is about recognition. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. Could it be that the sting you feel is actually the sound of chains breaking forever? Your emotions are not proof of weakness, but proof of release. The aftershocks of a prison door slamming shut behind you. What once seduced you now exposes itself as empty, and what once frightened you now affirms your deliverance. The stories of the world testify. The author J.K. Rowling, before Harry Potter, was a single mother, rejected by multiple publishers. She once said, "Rock bottom became the solid foundation on which I rebuilt my life." Had she stayed buried in despair, the world would never have known her gift. Contrast this with a darker reflection, the Roman Emperor Nero, obsessed with vanity and power, who burned his own city and died abandoned. His name synonymous with ruin. One chose to rise from brokenness. The other collapsed under self-illusion. Do their stories not remind us that paths diverge, and destiny depends on which voice we follow? The mirror effect reveals the fork in the road. One path leads to legacy, the other to ashes. And what you witness in others this week may be God's way of whispering, "You chose life, not destruction." The mirror reversal, then, is not simply about observing others. It is about recognizing yourself. It is about standing before two roads, one you nearly took, and one you were chosen for, and realizing the mercy in your redirection. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way. Psalm 37:23. This week, when such reflections cross your path, remember, you are not seeing their story, you are seeing God's deliverance on your own. The shadow life is a closed gate. The life before you is an open highway, and though the reflection may linger for a moment, it cannot bind you. It is only a passing phantom, a silent witness to the sovereignty of God. With every glimpse, you are reminded that your destiny has always been greater than the detour. Therefore, chosen ones, do not tremble at the sight of what might have been. Let it confirm the wisdom of your obedience. Let it remind you that compromise could have cost you everything, but the covenant secured your destiny. The old has gone, the new is here. 2 Corinthians 5:17. The mirror has spoken, not to mock you, but to liberate you. So rise into the life you were preserved for. Walk forward with gratitude, and never again waste a glance on what could have destroyed you. The reflection fades, but your light endures, and in that endurance lies your victory, the proof that heaven's choice is irreversible, and your rising is unstoppable. It is not only about you looking at them, it is also about them looking at you. Without even realizing it, they may feel a flicker of recognition, a strange awareness that they are glimpsing the life they chose not to walk. In these brief intersections, it is as if timelines glance at each other, acknowledge one another with silent reverence, and then drift apart forever. The loop closes. The echo dissolves. What he opens, no one can shut. And what he shuts, no one can open. Revelation 3-7. Could it be that even your reflection in their eyes is part of heaven's reminder that certain doors are sealed for good? These encounters do not bind you, they release you. They are holy punctuation marks declaring that chapter has ended. And the more you accept this closure, the lighter your spirit becomes, as though invisible chains fall off your shoulders one by one. The karmic branch ends here, and you walk forward lighter than before. This is not punishment, it is confirmation. You did not miss your destiny, you avoided a detour that would have drained you of purpose. The pruning of God always looks painful in the moment, Yet it is the very act that keeps the tree alive. Just as a gardener cuts off dying branches so that new blossoms may grow, heaven has cut away what could not bear fruit in your life. Every branch in me that does not bear fruit, he takes away. And every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes, that it may bear more fruit. John 15:2. Could it be that your hardest no's were actually God's greatest yes over your future? What once looked like loss was the soil in which your next harvest was planted. And if the tree of your life feels scarred from pruning, remember, scars on trees become rings of growth, evidence of survival and strength. So if this week you find yourself staring at someone who feels like a distorted echo of you, don't spiral into regret. And don't drown in overthinking. Understand what is happening. You are witnessing a closing door. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. The reflection may sting, but like the thorns on a rose bush, its pain serves to protect what is truly beautiful from harm. The sight may tempt, as if offering an alternate reality. But in truth, it only confirms the freedom you now carry. Is it not remarkable how shadows disappear when light intensifies? The very sting of recognition becomes proof that you are already walking in the sun, and like the wolf howling at the moon in vain, shadows can make noise, but they cannot eclipse the steady light you now walk in. One you no longer need to peer through. The universe is reminding you that your choices, no matter how difficult they felt, rerouted you toward the destiny you were meant to carry. The steps of a righteous man are ordered by the Lord. Psalm 37:23. Like a river that once threatened to flood, but was redirected into fertile valleys, your life has been guided by unseen hands toward fruitfulness. The reflection is not a chain, but a mirror shattered at your feet. Could it be that what you thought was an ending has always been a redirection toward abundance? Even nature testifies. The butterfly never returns to the cocoon. The eagle never regrets the broken shell it once pushed aside. And just as seasons never rewind, but always press forward, your soul is being moved into a divine rhythm where backward glances lose their power. The great works of art also echo this mystery. In Dante's Divine Comedy, souls wander through illusions of what might have been, only to discover that every detour was meant to point them back to the eternal path. Likewise, what you are seeing this week is not a condemnation, but a revelation. Your story has always been guided by a higher hand. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done. Genesis 50:20. The mirror may sting, but it cannot hold you. The shadow may tempt, but it cannot contain you. And as in Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, where minor tones first ache with longing before resolving into beauty, your story, too, carries the tension of what was lost, only to find resolution in what God preserved. These echoes are not prisons but preludes, setting the stage for your true melody to rise. Therefore, chosen ones, do not mourn the reflection of the life you left behind. Rejoice that it is no longer yours to carry. These glimpses are not chains, they are confirmations of freedom. If the sun sets you free, you will be free indeed. John 8:36. Walk boldly now, not as one peering into closed windows, but as one standing in the wide-open field of destiny. The doors behind you are sealed. The path ahead is ablaze with promise. Rise, for the mirror has spoken, and it declares your liberation. And when you step forward, even heaven applauds. For angels, rejoice not in what you escaped, but in what you now embody, a life aligned with divine purpose. Instead of pulling you downward, these invisible battles are meant to leave you standing taller. more certain than ever that the life you've endured, the trials you fought, the detours you survived, has been shaping the architecture of who you are becoming. Every scar is not a mark of weakness, but a blueprint of resilience. For we walk by faith, not by sight. 2 Corinthians 5-7. Could it be that the very interruptions you once cursed were actually the scaffolding God used to raise you higher? What if the voices of doubt that once chained you are now the proof that heaven has chosen you for something greater? Each step you once thought was wasted has actually been part of the grand design, like beams hidden behind walls that make the entire structure stand, even when you felt unseen. The divine architect was sketching your destiny across the silent spaces of your suffering. There comes a moment when your thoughts no longer feel like your own. Ideas press into your mind with a weight that seems foreign. Sentences appear as if they were inserted into your inner script. Psychology would call this cognitive intrusion. Physics might compare it to static noise interfering with a clean signal. For God is not the author of confusion, but of peace. 1 Corinthians 14:33. But then the question arises, how do you tell the difference between intuition that is heaven-sent and interference that is designed to derail you? Could it be that this storm in your mind is not weakness, but a battlefield proving your discernment? Like a radio struggling to lock onto the right frequency, your soul is being tuned. The interference only highlights that a true signal exists, and every time you pause, breathe, and test the thought against God's peace, you are learning how to master the channel of your inner sanctuary. At times you will feel as though your very soul is arguing with itself. Yet, this is no ordinary overthinking. This is the tearing of the veil between divine whisper and foreign interference. In acoustics, resonance occurs when one vibration amplifies another, even if it doesn't belong there. So too with the mind. Alien voices seek to amplify your fears until they drown out your faith. And yet Scripture declares, "My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me." John 10:27. Could it be that every false whisper is simply sharpening your ability to recognize the authentic? What if the tension you feel is actually heaven tuning your soul to the right frequency? Like an instrument stretched on the verge of breaking, you are being prepared for a song only heaven can compose. The pain of dissonance is proof that your spirit is alive, resisting the invasion and searching for the chord of truth. History bears witness. Nelson Mandela, though imprisoned for 27 years, spoke of the inner war of voices, fear, despair, and resignation. But he chose which thought to honor. His legacy reminds us, captivity cannot chain the mind that refuses to surrender its inner voice. Contrast this with Judas Iscariot, who allowed one foreign whisper to grow into betrayal. His downfall began not in action, but in a single untested thought. Which example will your life echo? The prisoner who found freedom in his discernment, or the disciple who lost everything by listening to the wrong voice? Just as in physics, a single domino can trigger the collapse of an entire system, one whisper, if unchecked, can unravel a destiny. And yet one act of resistance, one moment of choosing the voice of truth, can set an entire generation free. Which will define you? That is why chosen ones must guard the channel of their mind like the most sacred sanctuary. In architecture, even the strongest structure collapses if its foundation is infiltrated. In physics, even the brightest signal fades if interference is allowed to dominate. Take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ. 2 Corinthians 10:5. This is not about suppressing your thoughts, but about filtering them through the resonance of truth. Which voice brings peace? Which idea breathes life instead of fear? Every whisper carries a frequency, Your task is not to silence them all, but to recognize which one carries the vibration of God's presence. Like a watchman on the city wall, your vigilance must never sleep, for if the gate of the mind is unguarded, the enemy does not need weapons. Your own untested thoughts will be enough, yet guarded with discernment. That same mind becomes a fortress that no shadow can breach. Do not be afraid when the inner storm rages. God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1-7. The chosen are not called to avoid the noise, they are called to rise above it. The voices will come, but you are not their victim. You are their test. Stand firm, chosen ones, for your discernment is your fortress, your clarity is your weapon, and your covenant is your shield. When all the frequencies collide, the only one that will remain is the still, undeniable voice of God. For when the architect of eternity speaks, every counterfeit collapses into silence. And when the storm quiets, what will remain is not the echo of confusion, but the foundation of truth, unshakable and eternal. The question is, will you endure the tuning until the song of heaven is complete in you? The alignment does not merely occur, it resounds like a great cathedral bell, reverberating through the unseen corridors of the heart. It does not simply whisper, it amplifies, like waves striking against a cavern wall, magnifying both truth and illusion. Within this season, emotions will not always be neutral. They will surge like tides pulled by a hidden current, making impressions feel real, whether or not they bear the mark of God. Some of these stirrings are holy nudges, what Scripture calls a still small voice. 1 Kings 19:12. The gentle prompting that Elijah once recognized in the silence after the storm. Others, however, are counterfeit shadows, voices dressed in urgency, designed to rush you, to confuse you, to push you toward decisions that fracture your peace. And this is why silence, prayer, and inner stillness become weapons more powerful than noise. The whispers will always come, but your preparation decides whether they anchor you in truth or sweep you away. This is why discernment stands as the great test. Will you recognize the frequency of your own soul, or will you be swayed by the echo of another? One voice offers peace even when it cuts across your comfort. The other offers shortcuts, but leaves behind restlessness. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. John 10:27. The true voice may confront you, but it never corrodes your spirit. The false always corrodes, always manipulates. Discernment, therefore, is not a luxury, it is the very survival kit for chosen ones. To know which voice to follow is to know the difference between life and ruin, and when the counterfeit comes cloaked in urgency, you will know its lie, because true wisdom never panics. It waits. History has shown how pivotal discernment can be. The late theologian Dietrich Bonhoeffer, who resisted Nazi deception during World War II, declared that silence in the face of evil is itself evil. He discerned the voice of truth when the majority followed lies, and though it cost him his life, his legacy shines brighter than those who traded eternity for temporary power. How many today are willing to bear such weight? His story reminds us that truth always demands courage and sacrifice, yet it also proves that the fruit of listening to the right voice is never lost. Even if the path is hard, discernment may isolate you for a season, but it positions your legacy to echo for generations. And there are also the warnings in reverse, those who embraced deception and suffered its ruin. King Saul, though once chosen, allowed the counterfeit voice of fear and impatience to rule him instead of waiting on God's timing. He rushed to offer sacrifice unlawfully, and from that moment, his crown began to slip. His downfall is a reminder that shortcuts always collapse under the weight of their own falsehood. The way of the wicked is like deep darkness. They do not know what makes them stumble. Proverbs 4:19. Saul's life illustrates that one act of surrender to deception can unravel years of favor. What began with impatience ended in despair and downfall. The counterfeit always promises speed, but it always steals destiny. In contrast, those who trust the voice of heaven, though pressed on every side, stand unshaken. Mother Teresa once said, "God speaks in the silence of the heart. Listening is the beginning of prayer." Her life is proof that when the whisper is divine, it carries endurance, humility, and light in the darkest of places. Is it not striking that the counterfeit always shouts, but the authentic always whispers? This truth calls us back to quiet strength in an age of endless noise. When you learn to love silence, you learn to recognize God's voice more quickly. And when you walk in that clarity, no counterfeit can uproot your peace. And yet, the greatest danger is not merely external deception, it is inner confusion. How many today mistake anxiety for intuition, or fear for foresight? This is the battlefield of the chosen ones, to separate signal from noise, truth from distortion, covenant from counterfeit. For as Paul reminds us, God is not the author of confusion, but of peace. 1 Corinthians 14:33. Confusion is not neutral. It is a strategy of delay and derailment. But peace, even in storms, is the fingerprint of the divine. To chase clarity without anchoring in God will always leave you empty. But to anchor in God will give you clarity even when the world crumbles. Therefore, this warning is not meant to paralyze you with fear, but to awaken you into vigilance. If you sharpen discernment now, you will stand when others stumble. If you hesitate, you risk being swept into currents that drag multitudes away. This is the moment to anchor your soul, to tune your inner ear, to rise into clarity. Chosen ones, stand up, for the whispers will come, but only one is from the Father of lights. And when you follow that one, you will not just survive this season. You will shine as a torch for others still wandering in the fog. For discernment is not just about saving yourself, it is about becoming a guidepost for those too weary to hear on their own. The authentic voice does not rush, it steadies, calms, and aligns. In the third week of September, the atmosphere will feel like a forest. After heavy rain, everything heightened, every leaf glistening, every sound amplified. Do not be surprised if synchronicities come in waves, a lyric drifting through the air, a phrase caught in passing conversation, a line discovered in a book, just as a river carries both nourishment and debris. Not everything that flows toward you is meant to be taken in. Some signs are seeds of truth. Others are merely weeds dressed in significance, waiting to choke your clarity. And this is where discernment separates life from imitation, like knowing the difference between the rustling of the wind through branches and the growl of a predator hiding in the underbrush. Scripture reminds us, "Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God." 1 John 4:1. Yet even as you test, remember that your own fears can masquerade as confirmations. At times, even silence itself can be the answer, because not every absence is abandonment. Sometimes it is protection. Can you accept that God's whisper may come not as thunder but as stillness? The battlefield is not outside, it is within. In this third week, your mind will become a landscape of storms and clearings, where every whisper competes for soil to root itself in. Winning this battle means realizing that silence can thunder louder than the loudest distraction. Shakespeare once wrote in Hamlet, "Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core." True freedom, then, is not in obeying every impulse, but in standing apart from the chaos of urges, like a hawk circling high above the field. You must learn to wait, to watch, to descend only when the prey is sure. Some messages will tempt you with urgency, but urgency without peace is always a counterfeit. For God is not the author of confusion, but of peace. 1 Corinthians 14:33. Even nature preaches this truth. The oak does not rush its growth. It deepens its roots before it spreads its branches. And so must you. Your strength will be proven not by reaction, but by restraint. Will you have the patience to let false voices exhaust themselves until only the true one remains? The third week of September is not a door swinging wide open. It is a threshold that demands finality. Think of autumn trees. When the leaves turn, they do not go back to green. Their transformation is irreversible, marking a closure as much as a beauty. This is not about setting new intentions, but about sealing the ones already planted. It is the sound of ice forming on a river's surface, fixing in place whatever still floats above. Leonard Cohen once sang, "The blizzard of the world has crossed the threshold, and it has overturned the order of the soul. So, it is here. Indecision will no longer be tolerated. The spiritual order is being stamped, files closed, ties cut, cases concluded, and the word warns us, choose this day whom you will serve." Joshua 24:15. Even the soil teaches us this lesson. A seed cannot remain half buried. It must either break open to life or rot where it lies. Likewise, the soul cannot survive in limbo forever. The longer you delay, the more you surrender your freedom to forces that decide for you. By the end of this week, what remains undecided will be decided for you. A vine that refuses to choose a direction will eventually choke itself. A bird that hesitates too long at the edge of the branch will miss the wind's updraft. The choices you hold in your heart, whether to release, whether to embrace, whether to stand or withdraw, cannot linger in suspension forever. Heaven will not allow perpetual wavering, like the judge's gavel striking wood. The moment will arrive when hesitation transforms into consequence, and in that sealing, you will discover that freedom is not found in endless options, but in alignment with the voice that is true, steady, and eternal. Let your yes be yes, and your no, no. Anything beyond this comes from the evil one. Matthew 5:37. Consider the mountain. It does not apologize for its height, nor the ocean for its depth. They stand as they were created, firm in their place, and so must you. For the time of wavering is over, and the time of clarity is now. Once sealed, it will remain sealed, not for days, but for seasons. The third week of September is less like a casual turn of the calendar and more like the final stone placed into an archway of a cathedral. Once it's set, the structure holds its weight for years to come. Physics would call it a point of no return, a threshold of crystallization where fluid choices harden into fixed reality. Psychology would call it cognitive imprinting, the moment when what you allow to repeat becomes the story your mind accepts as law. So teach us to number our days, that we may apply our hearts unto wisdom. Psalm 90:12. If you've been carrying burdens like bricks hidden inside your chest, this is the week. You either set them down or build a prison with them. The seal does not ask for your dreams, it demands your decisions. And those decisions vibrate outward like frequency, locking your orbit into resonance. What weights are you still holding that heaven never asked you to carry? If you've been afraid to choose, the third week forces choice upon you, because indecision itself calcifies into destiny. Imagine a violin string. If tuned properly, it vibrates in harmony with the whole orchestra. But if left slack, it produces only dissonance. Life operates the same way. What you leave unresolved hums against you, throwing off your frequency. The urgency you feel to resolve conflicts, to confess truths, or to release relationships isn't paranoia. It is resonance, a divine frequency pulling you into coherence. Even the laws of thermodynamics whisper this reality. Energy left scattered always tends toward chaos unless disciplined into order. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. James 1-8. That is why heaven presses you here to force clarity where confusion has reigned too long. If you do not decide now, how long will you live trapped in the same cycle of hesitation? To illustrate, Steve Jobs, the visionary co-founder of Apple, he once said, "Deciding what not to do is as important as deciding what to do." Jobs was not only speaking as a businessman, but as an architect of clarity. In that third week of September, you stand in the same place, not called to chase fantasies, but to strip away excess until only the essential remains. What has survived the storms of this year is the skeleton of your true life, the bare architecture of what God intends to build upon. Every plant which my heavenly Father hath not planted shall be rooted up. Matthew 15:13. Everything else, no matter how attractive or familiar, must be dismantled, or it will corrode the foundation. Will you have the courage to uproot what God Himself never planted in you? This is not a time for projecting wishes into the ether, for scattering your attention like sparks on the wind. It is the time for crystallization, for looking directly at what still stands after fire, storm, and silence, and saying, "Yes, this is what deserves to remain." In physics, this is called the phase transition. Water becomes ice, vapor condenses to rain, and the state cannot reverse without great force. Spiritually, this week is your phase transition. Once sealed, what you choose or what you neglect to choose hardens into the architecture of your next season. Choose you this day whom ye will serve. Joshua 24-15. The question is not what you hope for, but what you allow to remain. Can you release what is already dead? Or will you let it cling to your orbit and drag you downward? The third week demands finality. The seal is not cruel, it is merciful, for it gives shape to chaos and stability to wandering hearts. Affirm what must stay, or it will drift away. The door is closing, and when it does, your orbit will be fixed, not because heaven is cruel, but because mercy demands borders. In architecture, when the keystone is set, the arch cannot be shifted again without collapse. So too with your destiny. This is the lockdown of destiny, not a punishment, but a protection. By freezing the right pieces in place, heaven ensures that when the tides of uncertainty rise again, you will not be swept away. Instead, you will be standing on a foundation strong enough to bear the weight of your next ascent. The Lord is my rock and my fortress and my deliverer. Psalm 18:2. And what greater comfort is there than to know that the structure of your life is not left to chance, but designed by a divine architect who calculates every beam and every stone. Can you feel the gravity of this moment, where your choices are no longer whispers but cement poured into eternity? You will be shown one thread this week, a golden thread, almost imperceptible, weaving through the chaos. In the noise of the third week of September, when emotions rage, alignments bend the atmosphere, and illusions blur the horizon, this thread gleams softly, thin, nearly invisible, but unmistakable if your spirit is alert. In physics, it is resonance. In theology, it is the still small voice. In art, it is chiaroscuro, the light that makes darkness meaningful. This thread will not arrive with thunder, nor will it demand your attention by force. In fact, most will walk right past it, dismissing it as coincidence, as background static. But to the awakened, it glows like fire caught on silk. And isn't it true that the most transformative encounters in life often arrive without spectacle? Like a note in a symphony only the trained ear can detect, this thread asks not to be heard by all, but to be recognized by the few who are ready. Sometimes the golden thread comes disguised as a simple moment, a conversation where one sentence pierces deeper than expected, a dream that feels more vivid than waking, or a face in the crowd that carries an ancient familiarity. Nikola Tesla, the visionary inventor who lived much of his life misunderstood and overlooked. Though his ideas often outpaced the world's readiness to receive them, he once declared, "The present is theirs, the future, for which I have really worked, is mine." That golden thread of vision kept him pressing forward through poverty, ridicule, and isolation. And though he died in obscurity, his genius became the foundation of modern electricity and wireless communication. His story reminds us that the golden thread may not sparkle in the moment, but it always rewrites the future. How many threads have we ignored because they did not shimmer loudly enough in the present? How many seeds of greatness have we discarded, blind to the orchard they carried within them? But there is another side. History shows us the danger of ignoring or twisting the golden thread. Take Adolf Hitler, a man who in his youth dreamed of being an artist, but abandoned that path for a darker thread of ideology. Instead of creation, he chose destruction. Instead of vision, he embraced delusion. That single choice birthed devastation across the globe, proving how a corrupted thread can drag millions into ruin. The warning is sharp. The thread you follow, whether golden or false, determines not only your destiny, but also the fate of countless lives connected to you. Isn't it sobering to realize that missing or corrupting your golden thread doesn't just wound you, but can ripple into generations? What happens when a single decision echoes not for years, but for centuries? There is a way that seems right to a man, but in the end it leads to death. Proverbs 14:12. This week does not test your strength, but your sight. He that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith. Revelation 2:7. You will not be asked to climb mountains, but to notice the single path carved among the shadows. The counterfeit will glitter, rush, and seduce with urgency. The true will remain steady, offering peace even when it stretches you beyond comfort. One thread leads to clarity, the other to collapse. Can you feel the difference? Do you know the voice of your own soul well enough to choose correctly when the moment arrives? The battlefield is not in the heavens, but in your discernment, whether you can pause long enough to see what most ignore. For in that pause lies the architecture of your future, a cathedral or a ruin, depending on which thread you grasp. It could be a sudden phrase you overhear that vibrates through your body, like a secret code you were meant to carry all along. It could be an opportunity that feels strangely familiar, echoing a dream You cannot quite remember. The golden thread is subtle, but it is magnetic, not loud, not overwhelming, but quietly irresistible, like the fragrance of a flower carried by the wind, soft yet undeniable, just as a migrating bird senses the pull of the unseen compass within its breast. You too will feel this invisible guidance. This is the universe's way of handing you a doorway without announcing it, offering you passage wrapped in silence. And when you lean into that silence, the ordinary suddenly feels charged, like the moment before lightning splits the sky. In that stillness, you know that what is small in appearance can carry the weight of eternity. The great test of this moment is awareness. The thread will not repeat. If you ignore it, it will not return in another form. If you hesitate, it will not wait. The cosmos gives it once, places it before you gently, and steps back, just as a river branch only splits once before flowing in separate destinies. So your decision now will fix your course. To overlook the thread is to miss the single bridge across a widening canyon. Shakespeare once wrote in Julius Caesar, "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood leads on to fortune, omitted. All the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. This is that tide. Will you step into it, or let it pass you by?" The weight of this question lingers like the shadow before sunset, demanding an answer, not tomorrow, not next week, but now. And every heartbeat you delay is a stitch in the fabric of destiny closing the gap, because the golden thread is not just an opportunity, it is alignment, perfectly timed. It is not random, it is the whisper of heaven saying, "Now is the appointed time." Just as a seed breaks through the soil, not a day too early and not a day too late. So this thread emerges only when the season is ripe. If you are awake enough to notice, you are already strong enough to pull, and when you pull, everything shifts like the first gust of wind that tips the sail and sends the ship toward its true horizon. Beethoven once composed his Symphony No. 9 with the words, "Ode to Joy," declaring, "All men shall become brothers under thy gentle wing." The golden thread carries the same invitation, one chance, one pull, and everything changes. For when heaven weaves, it does not weave loosely, it ties knots that hold the world together. And when your hand grips the golden thread, you do not just alter your story, you alter the story of generations yet to come. If you are still here, still listening, still watching, then I want to pause and thank you from my heart. Your presence in this moment is no accident. You were meant to hear this, meant to stand at this very threshold. And if you can hold the silence long enough to recognize it, then the thread is already glowing in your hand. The world around you may dismiss it, mock it, or overlook it. But chosen ones know it is often the smallest openings that lead to the greatest revolutions. Every saint, every reformer, every soul awakened began with one golden thread that others could not see. And now, that same mystery rests before you, waiting to see if you are bold enough to seize it. Chosen ones. The strange warning for this third week of September is not a tale of fear, but of holy preparation. The signs you've sensed, the golden thread placed before you, are not coincidences. They are divine markers, reminding you that God's timing is never late and never wasted. What many dismiss as ordinary days, heaven has stamped with extraordinary weight. And if your spirit has felt the trembling of this hour, then it is because you were meant to rise with clarity while the rest of the world sleeps. This moment is not about panic, but about posture. Will you bend your ear to the whisper? Will you hold steady when the winds of distraction rage? The Lord has already declared in His word, "Behold, I am doing a new thing, now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it?" Isaiah 43:19. And perception, beloved, is the difference between those who stumble in blindness and those who step into destiny. If this word has confirmed something stirring in you, I invite you to stand with this community of faith, like, share, and comment so that this message does not stay hidden but ignites others who desperately need the same reminder. If you haven't yet, subscribe and stay connected. Because the journey for the chosen ones is only unfolding deeper, and whether you have supported this channel through super thanks or simply with your presence, know that my gratitude is sincere. Your support is what allows this message to keep reaching further. I bless you now. May your eyes remain open. May your heart stay sensitive. And may your steps never miss the golden thread when it appears before you. May the God of peace surround you, the Spirit of truth guide you, and the hand of Jesus Christ lead you safely into the days ahead. Amen. Chosen ones. This is not a drill. What you're about to hear was never meant to reach you this early. And yet here you are, not by accident, but by divine interception. The first week of September hides a classified spiritual operation, a celestial secret so powerful, so timeline-altering. It was concealed from even the most awakened souls, but something has shifted. A seal has been broken. And if you're watching this, it's because heaven wants you to know. Now, from the 1st of September to 7th, the entire blueprint of your destiny is undergoing recalibration. This is not a wave. It's a cosmic sorting system, a test disguised as a week, a maze designed to expose the loyal, the pure, the truly chosen. Miss it, and you don't just miss a moment. You miss the door that doesn't reopen. So, before we go further, pause. To every soul who has supported this channel through super thanks, you are part of why this message is reaching who it must. And to the rest of you, if something in your spirit is trembling, comment 777 now to anchor yourself to this transmission, because spiritual alignment is not optional this week. It's urgent. And now, ask yourself this: why was this hidden? Why were you not supposed to know? Until now, stay with me. The revelation begins, and your role in it is far greater than you imagined. God's chosen ones. The first week of September hides a secret you were never meant to know this early. The pressure you've been carrying, it isn't anxiety. It's not overthinking. It's spiritual gravity, a metaphysical compression field pulling on your soul because something divine is nearing. This week hasn't just approached, it collided with your timeline. The atmosphere around you isn't just tense, it's electrified. As if the veil between realms is thinning, because it is. You're not imagining it. You're not overreacting. You are standing at the spiritual equator, where heaven's architecture exerts its strongest force not from above, but from within. From the 1st of September to 7th, you are not walking through days. You are navigating a celestial algorithm, a cosmic equation written long before you were born. The 7th of September, the peak of the Lion's Gate portal, isn't just another spiritual event. In most years, its opening was like a lighthouse in the night, visible, but passive. But this year, it erupted like a frequency bomb. This portal was not just open, it was activated, augmented, and alive, resonating at a higher hertz, sinking to your inner field like a divine tuning fork. And then, just when you thought the pressure had climaxed, came a second shock wave. No pause, no breath, no silence between the beats, just like the shock compression phase in astrophysics, where a dying star implodes before exploding into a supernova. Your soul is being pressed to release its truest potential. Every thought becomes heavier. Every decision feels irreversible. Every hesitation echoes louder in eternity. That's why this week feels suffocatingly fast, eerily still, and violently holy all at once. Be sober. Be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour. Echat Peter Chamesh, Shmona. Because, dear one, a war has begun, not with swords, not with fire, but with choices so subtle they masquerade as instinct. A war where attention is the battleground and frequency is the weapon. You are not waiting for your destiny, it is forming now. In silence, in your scrolling, in that hesitation to pray, in your reaction to that text, in the sigh after that conversation. Every micro-decision this week is a spiritual code that aligns you with one of three paths. Have you noticed how your dreams feel more real lately? How your old fears are surfacing again, but with faces you now recognize? Even Jesus, during his 40 days in the wilderness, encountered temptation not through grand gestures, but in moments of hunger, doubt, and delay. Matthew 4:1-11. He was tested with, if you are the Son of God, just as you are now being tested with, if you delay, if you stay silent, if you forget who you are. Do you understand the implications of a timeline shift disguised as a normal day? Imagine three roads emerging invisibly beneath your feet, each reacting to a different vibration within you. One leads to a plateau safe, repetitive, numb. The second to slow erosion, a decay so gradual you mistake it for peace. But the third, that one burns. It costs, it transforms, and it's the one few choose consciously. Why? Because it requires shedding skin that still feels like yours. Choose you this day whom ye will serve. Joshua 24:15. Your future is not waiting to be handed to you. It is waiting to be chosen right now. In private, unseen choices. In the world of business, Steve Jobs, the mind behind Apple, once said, "You can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards." He was speaking of intuition. But what if he unknowingly described prophetic alignment? What if every dot you leave this week is a seed that will echo in eternity? Contrast that with the path of Elizabeth Bathory, a Hungarian countess in the 1602, who sought eternal youth through horrific acts of cruelty. Her choices began as whispers of vanity and pride, but led her to become one of history's most notorious figures of spiritual decay. Her descent wasn't sudden. It was silent, incremental, hidden within everyday decisions. By the time her world noticed, the evil had rooted too deep. What roots are quietly forming in you this week? Do you think the enemy waits for fireworks to tempt you? No. It moves in patterns, in algorithms, in emotional loops, echoing like fractals through your thoughts. Just like a tree in the wild does not choose the wind, but must adjust its growth rings in response. You are forming layers this week. Which ring will this week leave in your soul? One woman, Eliana, A midwife in Jerusalem once found herself haunted by quiet panic during this very week in the past year. She had no visions, no signs, only the urge to cancel every appointment. She obeyed. That same day, an earthquake struck the lower region where her clinic stood. Not a scratch touched her. She never told anyone. She just called it a whisper of God. That whisper, invisible to the world, shaped her entire lineage. And thine ears shall hear a word behind thee, saying, This is the way, walk ye in it. Isaiah 30-21. You are in the pressure chamber of spiritual metamorphosis. Think of the diamond, forged under 725. 0.000 pounds of pressure per square inch. But even the diamond is silent until it is cut with precision. The same is happening to you. What seems like pressure is placement. What feels like confusion is course correction. What looks like delay is divine defense. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Jeremiah 29-11. But you must choose the path no one sees, the inner one, the one where you wrestle with angels in silence. Like Jacob at Jabbok, Genesis 32-22:30, who emerged limping but renamed Israel, God's chosen one. This isn't just another week. This is where timelines, fracture, and legacies are sealed, redeeming the time, because the days are evil. Ephesians 5:6. The portal isn't opening, it's collapsing, and those still asleep will miss the invitation. You were not meant to receive this message so soon, but heaven has accelerated your access, because you are needed on the front lines of frequency. Stand up. You are being pulled into position. It won't arrive like a prophecy. You won't hear trumpets in the sky or feel the ground shake beneath your feet. The moment that defines your future might look like nothing more than replying to a message you already know you shouldn't answer. It could be as small as ignoring that tight discomfort rising inside you, the same one that's been knocking at your awareness for weeks. You tell yourself it's not the right time, that you'll deal with it later. But that very hesitation is the doorway. This is how the shift begins. Not with fire, not with clarity, but with quiet, hidden permission, the kind you whisper to yourself when no one is watching. That's how it always begins. The energy of this week doesn't wait for you to declare your direction. It reads your frequency and magnifies it, like resonance in physics, where synchronized vibrations grow louder and more powerful. This week turns casual thoughts into spiritual contracts. What you delay doesn't just hover in suspension, it becomes encoded into your trajectory. If you avoid something now, it doesn't fade, it roots itself and walks ahead of you. That's why the spiritual pressure is rising, especially for those who are sensitive. There's a reason your dreams are louder, your thoughts heavier, your silence deeper. For as he thinketh in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. If your thoughts are being amplified, then who are you becoming in the quiet spaces where no one sees you? Some, unable to carry the tension, will surrender to autopilot, not because they don't care, but because the weight of waking up feels too relentless. And so, they'll say things like, I'm just going with the flow, unaware that the flow they're in is not a river of life, but a slow erosion of self. They're not flowing, they're fading, like water assuming the shape of its container. They begin to mold into whatever is easiest to hold. But you weren't built for default settings. You were designed for deliberate alignment. The ones who don't check out will often take a different detour. They'll wrap their avoidance in healing words. They'll tell themselves that their silence is rest, that their denial is intuition. They'll speak of elevation, but in truth, they're escaping. As Scripture warns, be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. True transformation doesn't dress up discomfort in spiritual language. It sits with it, confronts it, and lets the breaking become birthing. And still, others will call their stagnation peace. They'll confuse the absence of motion with the presence of maturity, but peace isn't the absence of pressure, it's the presence of clarity in the middle of it. Ask yourself, what if the decision you quietly avoid this Thursday becomes the one that shifts your alignment for the next 7 years? What if your refusal to confront something now causes heaven's offer to pass you by silently, without fanfare, never to return, to him who knows to do good, and does it not? To him it is sin. James 4:17. In weeks like this, silence can be disobedience. Even nature doesn't lie. The seed that refuses to break open doesn't remain safe. It begins to rot from the inside out. Growth never feels safe because it begins with rupture. Likewise, you're not being asked to leap into clarity, but to lean into honesty, because what's at stake is not a single outcome, but your entire resonance. This week acts like a tuning fork, and every action you take, every hesitation, every whispered excuse becomes part of the chord your life is singing into eternity. There's a phenomenon in architecture where tension is used not to destroy a structure, but to reveal its true strength. Just like an arch only becomes stable once pressure is applied evenly across its curve, you too are being shaped by resistance. That ache in your spirit is not punishment, it's alignment, trying to take form, but alignment never arrives without friction. Awake, O sleeper, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give you light. Ephesians 5:14. The tragedy is not when pressure comes, the tragedy is when chosen ones mistake numbness for surrender and go silent when they should stand up. Because what if your delay is not just a pause, but a path? What if it's not just postponement, but partnership with a reality you were never meant to walk in? He that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much. Luke 16:10. The stakes this week are measured in milliseconds, in choices so small they go unnoticed, but heaven records them. Eternity watches. What you decide now is not just about you, it's about the frequency your lineage will inherit. There is no neutral ground in moments like this. No such thing as figuring it out later. Later is being written now, coded in the spaces where you either engage or ignore. You're either ascending into alignment or descending into inertia. And the most dangerous descent is the one that feels like stillness. Just like entropy, the scientific principle that systems tend toward disorder unless energy is added, your soul must be intentionally fueled this week. Otherwise, the current of passivity will begin to erase the lines heaven has drawn for you. Remember this, even water flows down, but then there's the third group, the rare ones, the ones who don't numb themselves with distractions or disguise their avoidance as spiritual growth. They don't float above reality or melt beneath it. Instead, they sit in the burn, even when it stings, even when it feels like their skin is being peeled away by truth. They don't flinch when the mirror of awareness starts to show them what they'd rather not see. And that's what sets them apart. These are the ones who, no matter how tempted they are to run, stay. They remain seated in the discomfort until it teaches them something their comfort never could. They begin to see things clearly, soberly, undistorted, and clarity is a one-way door. Once your eyes open to what's really been guiding your choices, who's been draining your energy, and what you've been silently aligning with, you don't get to unsee it. You can't go back to autopilot. The eye is the lamp of the body, so if your eye is clear, your whole body will be full of light. Matthew 6:22. But are you ready for that kind of sight, the kind that requires change? Not just awareness. There's something terrifying and holy about realizing your future won't arrive as a prophecy or a promise, but as a pattern. It doesn't announce itself. It waits quietly to see what you choose to embody when no one's watching. You don't manifest your destiny through good intentions. You sculpt it through consistent alignment. That's why, while everything around you shakes, breaks, and shouts, your greatest power is found in remaining still, not frozen, but rooted, just like a cathedral foundation, tested by storms, but unmoved beneath centuries of pressure. The most magnetic energy this week is not found in the loud or the visible, but in the stable, the quiet ones, the ones who are neither controlling the chaos nor escaping it. They don't need to post about their alignment. They simply live it. They don't scream peace, they emanate it. And in doing so, they are becoming spiritual stabilizers. Gravitational fields around which others begin to orbit. Not consciously, not deliberately, but naturally, as if drawn by some invisible law of soul mass. Do you realize how rare that is? In psychology, we call it affective resonance, the ability of calm, emotionally regulated individuals to alter the nervous systems of others simply by being in proximity. In returning and rest shall ye be saved. In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength. Isaiah 30:15. When others begin to lean on you, not because you demand attention, but because your presence quiets the storm in them, that is when you'll know your alignment is working louder than your words ever could. That's why the call this week is not to perform, but to anchor. Your silence is not emptiness, it's architecture. It's the foundation, and that foundation is now echoing through the collective field like a tuning fork in stone. Stillness has become your power. Move. In the classic European film, The Seventh Seal, 1957, directed by Ingmar Bergman. The Knight Antonius Block says, "Faith is a torment. It is like loving someone who is out there in the darkness but never appears, no matter how loudly you call. And yet, he keeps walking." That line captures the ache of the chosen ones this week. You're not rooted because you see everything clearly, but because you're grounded even in the unknown, even in the dark. What if your calm in chaos isn't a personality trait, but a calling? What if your quiet refusal to collapse is what heaven is using as a stabilizing rod for others who are about to fall? What if your invisible strength is part of a divine equation far greater than you've been told? Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Matthew 5:9. But peace isn't passive. It's constructed like a bridge suspended in tension, designed by precision, and held by invisible forces. Just as the oak tree is not moved by the same wind that snaps weaker branches, you were made for steadiness under strain. Not because you're immune to pain, but because you've stopped needing certainty to stay standing. That's what separates those who collapse from those who become pillars. Therefore, my beloved brethren, be ye steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord. 1 Corinthians 15:58. So while others shout louder to feel heard, you stay still and become impossible to ignore. Your future isn't demanding applause, it's waiting for embodiment. And in a week where noise reigns, your stillness is revolution. And here's where it turns radical. The quieter you become this week, not emotionally numb, but spiritually still, the more things start to move toward you without force. without performance. There's a frequency shift happening right now, and the still ones are sinking into it. They're not chasing opportunity, they're becoming the gravitational center that pulls opportunity in. The atmosphere has entered a sacred resonance where movement responds not to noise, but to energetic congruence. You'll find that people begin to open up to you. Conversation deepen. Inspiration flows. Not because you're louder, but because you're anchored. In a week where the collective field is cluttered with shouting, scrambling, and showcasing it's the rooted ones whose silence begins to thunder. And this silence isn't emptiness. It's density, spiritual mass. As in quantum mechanics, the greater the density, the more intense the pull. That's what you're becoming, not a seeker, but a signal. In returning and rest shall ye be saved. In quietness and in trust shall be your strength. Isaiah 30:15. But are you able to trust your unseen progress in a world obsessed with metrics and milestones? Stillness this week is not for serenity alone, it's for location. You are not still avoiding the world. You are becoming still so that what's meant for you knows exactly where to land. Just like a lighthouse doesn't run after ships, but stands unwavering through storm and shadow. You are positioning yourself as a beacon for divine timing. But while all this positioning is happening beneath the surface, a trap is being laid above it. And it's so quiet, so familiar, that most people won't even know they've stepped into it. It begins subtly. You're centered, you're focused, maybe even feeling aligned. And then it enters. A small thought, a glance, a scroll, a flicker of curiosity turned corrosion. Suddenly, you're no longer in your timeline. You're in someone else's. Let your eyes look straight ahead. Fix your gaze directly before you. Proverbs 4:25. The danger this week isn't failure, it's comparison. Because comparison doesn't just distract, it distorts. Why is it so tempting to borrow someone else's measure of success, especially when yours was finally stabilizing? Why do we surrender our spiritual posture just to weigh ourselves on scales that were never built for us? Comparison, in spiritual terms, is not observation. It's erosion. It leaks energy. It causes misalignment in your internal architecture. The moment you start measuring your delay against someone else's acceleration, you're stepping off your sacred path and into counterfeit terrain. And this misalignment doesn't shout. It whispers, "You feel good," until the wrong glance triggers the wrong loop. You're grounded until a photo or testimony makes you doubt whether your pace is divine or delayed. You're rising until someone else's shine makes you shrink. What you don't realize is, in that micro moment, you've made a subconscious declaration. You've silently agreed that someone else's blueprint is superior to your own, and the universe listens. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. James 1:8. This week, instability isn't emotional, it's energetic. What you focus on becomes your frequency, and frequency forms reality. In physics, we call this resonant entrainment, when a smaller frequency syncs to a dominant one. So if you sync yourself to timelines, not yours, you risk living outcomes never meant for you. You see someone post about rapid manifestation, and instead of celebrating, your inner landscape shifts from gratitude to guilt, from excitement to self-doubt. This isn't just an emotional slide, it's a covenant shift, a recalibration of spiritual allegiance. You've silently said, "I trust their flow more than I trust mine." And the divine realm responds accordingly. You will begin to be rerouted, not as punishment, but as a response. Heaven doesn't react emotionally, It responds energetically. Every thought, every agreement becomes a blueprint that heaven either supports or pauses. That's why this week is not casual. It is precise. Just as an architect calculates tension to support a building's weight, your soul is being measured for what it can carry next. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Proverbs 4:23. Are you guarding your focus? Because that's where your future is being shaped, not in grand declarations, but in split-second permissions. This isn't about ignoring other people's success. It's about refusing to surrender your assignment in order to applaud theirs. What's for them is aligned with their architecture, their foundation, their storm history, their covenant, and none of those are yours. The world is getting louder. Timelines are overlapping, and frequencies are crossing like electric wires, sparking both miracles and malfunctions. But the chosen ones won't panic. They won't race. They'll go quiet, not to disappear, but to resonate. And in that silence, everything meant for you will begin to shift, to move, to arrive. You cannot summon your divine future while obsessing over someone else's direction. You cannot align with your heaven-coded destiny while staring sideways into someone else's story. Spiritual vision isn't just about clarity, it's about focus. And this week, that focus is everything. Not because you'll be punished for distraction, but because the energy around you is sensitive, reactive to every subtle agreement you make. Let thine eyes look right on, and let thine eyelids look straight before thee. Proverbs 4:25. If you keep glancing sideways, what are you teaching your spirit to value? Your energy this week is not just attention, it's currency. Every time you spend it on someone else's milestones, watching, comparing, scrolling, reacting, you delay your own acceleration. You dilute your resonance. You shift from creation to mimicry. And creation cannot thrive in mimicry, just like a plant leans toward the strongest source of light. Your energy begins to tilt toward whatever you gaze at long enough. If you focus on lack, you grow roots in scarcity. But if you anchor in presence, life begins to form around you. For where your treasure is, there will be your heart also. Matthew 6:21. Is your heart still in your path, or has it quietly migrated into someone else's journey? So what do you do instead? You root in. You stop looking for cues in noise and begin listening to silence. You pull your energy inward and down, like a tree going deeper rather than taller. Others may run fast, projecting flashes of brilliance. But you move right. You move intentionally. You align, not react. And that choice reshapes your field. In physics, the concept of field integrity determines how strongly a force holds its shape under pressure. Your spiritual field works the same way. When your boundaries are clear and your values are reinforced through stillness, nothing can seep in that isn't aligned with your elevation. This is not detachment, it's devotion to the architecture of your calling. This week, you'll see many who look radiant on the surface, loud energy, sparkling declarations, bold manifestations. But do not mistake performance for power. Not everything that gleams is stable, and not everything that is still is small. Some of the most sacred transformations will occur inside people who barely say a word, who just move differently. There's a reason Scripture tells us, "In quietness and in trust shall be your strength." Isaiah 30:15. Because stillness reveals who is rooted, while noise often hides who is hollow. History has never lacked loudness, but it's always remembered by those who chose weight over volume. Take Dietrich Bonhoeffer, for example, the German pastor and theologian who resisted the Nazi regime not with screams, but with steady defiance. He spoke softly, but stood firmly. Ultimately executed for his resistance, his silence carried more consequence than 1,000 shouts. Even his final words echoed eternity. "This is the end for me, the beginning of life." Hahn, by contrast. Remember Aaron Burr, the American politician who was once considered a rising star beside Hamilton and Jefferson, obsessed with positioning and public image. He chased influence with no internal alignment, and in his desperation for legacy, he destroyed his reputation and faded into obscurity. A loud life. Ut no hecho. He that trusteth in his own heart is a fool, but whoso walketh wisely, he shall be delivered. Proverbs 28, 26. So the question isn't, how fast are you moving? The question is, what are you aligned with as you move? Are you being pulled by pressure or moved by purpose? Are you quietly constructing a throne for your next level or trying to sit on one someone else built? The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus, pais presece, pais presece. Stillness doesn't mean nothing's happening. It means heaven is moving while you hold your position. And this is the posture of the chosen this week. Not explosive, but magnetic. Not reactive, but resonant. They don't perform. They radiate. And in their sacred restraint, the unseen begins to shift. This week is not about being seen, it's about becoming undeniable. The 8th of September rolls around every year, and so do the familiar conversations. Lion's Gate portal. The 8 to 8 frequency. The gateway to abundance. The code of cosmic alignment. For some, it's tradition. For others, cliché. It's easy to dismiss it as a trendy spiritual pit stop, just another checkpoint on the metaphysical calendar. But this year, it's different. Not in theory, but in texture. The air itself hums differently. The pressure doesn't build above you, it builds through you. This year, the portal doesn't simply open a door. It presses on your alignment. It doesn't just amplify desire, it tests the frequency it's built upon. This is not a week where you casually write down what you want and watch the universe wrap it in gold. This is a spiritual audit, a vibrational scan. The energy around this portal is coded not for wishes, but for witnessing. You will be witnessed not by others, but by the unseen realms, and what you release this week will carry the exact signature it's born from. If your intentions are rooted in fear, in lack, in mimicry of someone else's timeline, the portal won't multiply that. It will press against it until it dissolves, like a lens that only reflects what's real. This gateway is not enchanted, it's engineered, spiritually engineered to test authenticity. Every plant that my Heavenly Father has not planted will be pulled up by the roots. Matthew 5:10. What you've forced, copied, or rushed into being, it won't hold. But if you've done the sacred excavation work, if your desire comes from a place that's been forged in fire, not borrowed in trend this week, may launch it with more force and speed than you thought possible. In quantum physics, we call this coherent convergence, when multiple aligned forces meet at one point to accelerate momentum. That's what this portal offers, acceleration. Yes, but only for those in alignment. Does your intention this week come from clarity, or from craving, from identity, or from impulse? Because intentions made during this window don't just linger, they stick. You'll begin to see motion happen faster than usual. Conversations open doors. Delays dissolve, nudges become full pathways. That sentence you wrote, that thought you whispered, it starts to show up. Not years from now, not in some distant alignment, but soon, and sometimes suddenly, write the vision, and make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. For the vision is yet for an appointed time. Habakkuk 2:2-3. This week is about that appointed time, but there's a twist. What shows up first may not be the thing you asked for. It may be its imitation. You will be tested by the near miss. The almost perfect job, the almost right relationship, the offer that feels just enough to convince you to settle. These are not attacks, they're reflections, designed to reveal whether you trust the slow unfolding of real alignment, or whether you're still chasing relief dressed as reward. How many times have you said yes to something close enough, just to later realize it was your own hunger that blurred the lines? This week, imitation comes before manifestation. Just as shadow reaches the ground before the person arrives, the counterfeit appears before the blessing. Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God. 1 John 4:1. The ones who are clear will wait. The ones who know their resonance will pause, because they understand this law. The first arrival is not always the true assignment. Clarity is not optional this week. It is the compass. The portal will not do the choosing. You will. And what you choose determines the current you ride for the months ahead. Like in music, the original frequency determines the harmony, and this week is a resonant pitch that either tunes you upward or throws your entire field out of sync. What will you call it this week? What will you name and claim and energize, not with hashtags or declarations, but with presence and purity? Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruit. Proverbs 18:21. This portal is listening, not to what you say, but to what you align with. So if you're going to manifest, don't do it from trend, from thirst, or from haste. Anchor yourself in the steady voice that has been with you through every storm, the one that never shouted, but always knew, the one that stayed when the timelines shattered. That voice is the birthplace of your real desires. That is where the gate opens widest. And when it does, don't flinch. Don't chase. Don't question. Just walk through eyes forward. Frequency firm. Destiny activated. You don't manifest what you wish for. You manifest what you mirror. The universe doesn't respond to hope. It responds to harmony. And in a week as energetically charged as this, alignment isn't just beneficial, it's foundational. You can't walk through this portal by accident. You must meet it with deliberate congruence. Because in spiritual law, your life doesn't reflect what you want. It reflects what you are willing to match consistently, consciously, unapologetically. This week, matching frequency isn't some vague vibe. It's a covenant. It's an agreement between your outer actions and your inner reality. What you permit into your space, your focus, your language, your thoughts. Even the small rituals you repeat, these are not just patterns. Right now, they're invitations. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever one sows, that will he also reap. Galatians 6. What are you sowing through repetition this week? Have you been moving as if your desires are inevitable, or as if they're still auditioning for your attention? Because now is not the time to wait. It is the time to name what you carry. Write it down like you're signing a divine decree. Speak it aloud like the walls are listening. Visualize it until your body starts behaving like it already happened. Because the portal doesn't need your perfection, it needs your precision. And precision doesn't mean pressure. It means being clear, being whole, being aligned with your assignment instead of someone else's illusion. Yet even with the power of the 7th of September surging through the collective field, this is not the end of the ignition sequence. It's only the first fire. Right behind the Lion's Gate, just hours later, the full moon rises. And this isn't just any lunar cycle. It's not a soft glow or symbolic closure. It's the aftershock of a spiritual earthquake. The dust from 8 to 8 hasn't even settled. And already another wave arrives, not to test you, but to anchor you. The Lord will perfect that which concerneth me. Psalm 138:8. Could this be the moment when everything you've prayed into alignment begins to take form? This moon doesn't just highlight obstacles, it burns through them. Its light does not ask permission to enter, it floods the inner terrain and reveals every weak root, every half-built structure, every imitation you've allowed to linger in the background of your life. And if you allow it, truly allow it, this moon doesn't just show what needs to go, it evaporates it. But only if you're willing to release your grip on the version of you that created the blockage in the first place. How many times have you prayed for release, while secretly protecting the very thing you asked to be freed from? Imitation will tempt you again, in this moment disguised as comfort, familiarity, or convenience. This is where we see who truly trusts divine timing and who simply wants relief. History echoes this truth. In the 17th century, Oliver Cromwell, the English military leader, rose to power under the banner of righteousness, claiming divine mandate, but instead of aligning with truth, he clung to control. His leadership grew more tyrannical, and though he died in office, his corpse was later dug up, publicly hanged, and decapitated, a national rejection of the legacy he tried to force into being. Control is never clarity. Imitation never lasts. Unless the Lord builds the house, the builders labor in vain. Psalm Ma'asarim Veshebachat. Right now, you are standing between illumination and integration. You've been given the fire. You've been shown the vision. But what will you do with it? This moon doesn't just offer light. It offers finality. What you choose to hold now will be magnified, and what you release will make room for what was always meant to arrive. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 60:1. So don't waste this moment standing in hesitation. Don't fumble about the arrival of the very thing you've been building for years, just because it requires you to let go of something you outgrew last season. Let the moon do what it was sent to do. Let it clear the interference, expose the imposters, and flood your field with light. Because the ones who walk forward from here, hands empty but heart full, will be the ones who carry the real crown. The full moon on the 7th of September is not just a celestial reflection in the sky, it's a resonance amplifier. It doesn't create new energy. It intensifies what's already in motion. Whatever you've called in, intentionally or subconsciously, begins to gain momentum under this moon. If your intentions were clear during the Lion's Gate, this full moon acts like emotional jet fuel. It infuses your vision with clarity, courage, and quiet confidence. But if your desires were murky, fragmented, or born from indecision, you'll feel it now. The light exposes. It reveals every tangle in your inner wiring, every misalignment you thought you buried. And while that might feel uncomfortable, that is the gift. This moon does not simply illuminate, it cleanses, like a tide that doesn't just rise but pulls debris out to sea. This moon gives you the chance to witness what you've unconsciously been carrying and release it fully. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Psalm 50:10. Could this be the moment your energy finally stops bleeding into what no longer belongs to you? Sometimes the real drain on your spirit isn't the chaos you can see. It's the silent erosion happening in your mind, that background loop you've ignored for months, the grudges you've been rehearsing in your thoughts, the sentence you never got to say, the version of you that still wants closure from a place that no longer deserves access. And then it happens. The energetic cord, the one that's been leaking your vitality, suddenly detaches. You don't always notice it with a bang. Sometimes it's just a lightness. A moment where you realize something that used to control you no longer does. A spiritual exhale. A weightlift. The full moon doesn't ask for a show. It asks for a release. Cast all your anxiety on him because he cares for you. Achat Peter Chamesh, Shba. What if this is the moment your emotional field returns fully back to you? What if your healing is not something you're building, but something you're clearing space for? You don't need a perfect ritual. You don't need incense or words in the right order. You need honesty. You need to identify one thing that has quietly followed you from month to month, draining you, shadowing you, slowing your signal. And then, in stillness, let it go. Forgive. Close the tab in your mind. Stop reliving the moment that already ended. Release it now, and you'll feel it not metaphorically, but physiologically. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. Isaiah 26:3. And here's where discernment becomes essential. Not everyone releases. Some resist. Some refuse to let go. Even when the weight is obvious. King Saul is a painful example. Anointed as Israel's first king, chosen and blessed. He began with promise, but allowed pride, insecurity, and fear of being outshined to grow roots in his soul. He clung to control, refused correction, and eventually descended into madness because you have rejected the word of the Lord. He has also rejected you from being king. 1 Samuel 15:23. Saul didn't lose his throne in battle. He lost it in spiritual disobedience. He kept what should have been released. Are you holding on to something heaven has already asked you to let go of as your inner field clears? The intentions you planted during the Lion's Gate will begin to move on their own, like seeds beneath the soil responding to spring. You won't have to force growth. You'll notice alignment without effort, synchronicity without searching. The gravitational field around you shifts, and you become the answer you've been praying for. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Psalm Sheloshim V'Shaba, Esrim V'Shelosh. And here's the secret few will tell you. You don't have to manifest with pressure when you're in agreement with your purpose. When the portal opens and the moon seals, you become the in-between space where miracles root, not because you demanded them, but because you became the kind of soil they could finally grow in. What if the future you've been waiting for wasn't delayed, only waiting for you to become someone clean enough to carry it? This full moon doesn't just complete the cycle, it seals it. It finalizes the energetic contract you began writing during the portal. And if you meet it with clarity, with reverence, with release, it won't just feel like things are changing. It will feel like you've finally caught up to the version of yourself that's been watching you from the future, waiting patiently for you to rise. Now it shall spring forth. Shall ye not know it? Isaiah 43:19. Sometimes the most powerful healing doesn't need volume or spectacle. It's not found in grand gestures or eloquent speeches. It's felt in the presence that refuses to flinch, in the energy of someone who holds steady when everything else starts to sway. Between the 1st of September and 7th, while much of the attention is still caught up in the Lion's Gate and the 7th of September full moon, there's a second, subtler assignment unfolding one most people won't even notice. That's exactly what makes it sacred. During this window, someone within your energetic field, a friend, en acquaintance, estranger, perhaps someone you haven't thought about in months, will quietly begin to unravel. Not dramatically, not with a breakdown or a cry for help, but with a soft fracture deep beneath their surface. Their foundation will begin to shift in ways they themselves may not fully understand. And while the world keeps moving, if you're spiritually sensitive, you'll feel it. It won't come in words that scream. It might be a voice note that sounds slightly off, a message at a strange hour, a sudden silence, a subtle shift in presence. There will be no flashing signs, but your intuition, trained by alignment and refined by spiritual discipline, will know. Bear one another's burdens, and so fulfill the law of Christ. Galatians 6:2. When you feel it, the call will not be to fix them. It will be to remain calm, present, rooted, not to react or rescue, but to offer a space where their unraveling doesn't feel like abandonment. This kind of healing isn't about doing, it's about being someone who doesn't panic when others begin to tremble, being someone who doesn't rush to fill the silence but respects it, someone who holds their frequency so steady it becomes an anchor for someone drifting. You are not their savior, but you can be their reflection. You can remind them through your steadiness that they still have access to peace, that they are not lost, only momentarily disconnected. The Lord is close to the broken-hearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:10. What if this is the real assignment of the week? Not what you manifest for yourself, but how you hold space for someone else. What if the stillness you've cultivated wasn't only for your clarity, but also for someone else's survival? And what if, in that moment, your presence becomes their proof that heaven hasn't forgotten them? There's a profound parallel here from the life of Jean Vanier, the Canadian Catholic philosopher and humanitarian who founded the international L'Arche communities for people with intellectual disabilities. In a world that often overlooked or institutionalized the vulnerable, Vanier sat with them, ate with them, listened without judgment. He once said, "We are not called by God to do extraordinary things, but to do ordinary things with extraordinary love." This week, your assignment may not look divine on the outside, but your quiet act of presence might be the very thing that reroutes someone's trajectory. Be completely humble and gentle. Be patient, bearing with one another in love. Ephesians 4:2. This isn't about saying the right thing. It's about being the right presence. Your silence, when rooted in peace, becomes a stabilizing force, and when others lean toward collapse, you become the stillness that steadies their breathing. Not with answers, but with quiet companionship. A friend loves at all times, and a brother is born for a time of adversity. Proverbs 17:17. In times of adversity, people don't need crowds. They need someone who doesn't run, someone who doesn't need the spotlight to show up, someone who listens not just with ears but with spirit. You may never get credit for it. They may never say thank you. But in the spiritual realm, heaven sees what happens when a chosen one stays grounded, not just for themselves, but for another. Let us not love in word or talk, but in deed and in truth. Echat John 3:18 Ismona. Because sometimes the most sacred work we do isn't on stage, under lights, or in our journals. It's in the unseen moments where someone was falling and didn't fall because we stayed. Sometimes all it takes is one word, one message, One breath where you don't rush to fix or explain or fill the silence. You simply hold. And in that holding, something sacred unfolds. Their posture softens. Their eyes shift. Something inside them reawakens, not because you spoke truth over them, but because you embodied it. Your alignment created a resonance they'd forgotten how to access. That one moment where your stillness didn't collapse in the face of their confusion becomes their first breath back into their own body. This is the hidden weight of spiritual sensitivity, not the glamour, not the gifts, but the responsibility. You weren't called to alignment only for your own peace. You were called so that when others lost the map, they could find it again through your consistency, not your performance, your presence. Let your light so shine before others, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. Matthew 5:16. But how do you stay lit when no one even notices you're holding the flame? This week, you won't get credit for the energy you stabilize. There won't be a ceremony. No one will stop mid-scroll and say, "You saved me." But they'll breathe differently because of you. They'll move more slowly, feel more safe, shift something internal and not know why. And that's the confirmation, not that they remember you, but that they remember themselves. Have you ever wondered how many people were pulled back from the edge by something you didn't even realize you were doing? Have you noticed how often your calm unsettles chaos, not by challenging it, but by refusing to mirror it? This is what alignment looks like when it becomes a gift, not just a goal, not something you chase, but something you radiate. The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Galatians 5:22-23. And fruit doesn't beg to be noticed. It simply nourishes, but not everyone has walked this path with grace. There are those who had power but used it to manipulate rather than heal. In the late 1402, Girolamo Savonarola, a Dominican friar in Florence, gained massive influence as a fiery preacher calling for moral reform. But over time, his message turned from conviction to control. He led public burnings of books, art, and vanities, demanding spiritual purity, yet his movement was rooted in fear, not freedom. When political tides shifted, his support vanished. He was excommunicated and executed in the very square where he once condemned others. Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. Proverbs 16:18. Even divine language, when misaligned, becomes a weapon. Your alignment, however, isn't meant to dominate, it's meant to anchor. When you walk into a space, you don't need to command it. You calibrate it. You don't force clarity. You hold space until it rises. And yes, there may be moments where you feel unseen, even unnecessary. But spiritual presence doesn't perform. It permeates. It gets under the skin of someone's spirit and whispers, "You're safe here." And that whisper lingers even when you're gone. And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Philippians 4:7. So while the world is racing to be heard, selling answers, offering shortcuts, you'll simply hold your frequency, steady, still, sacred. And in doing so, you'll become the silent shift. No one knows how to describe, but everyone feels. Even youths grow tired and weary, and young men stumble and fall. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. Isaiah 40. 31. You won't always see the fruit, but you'll know, not because they say it, but because something in their eyes will shine a little clearer, because their voice will tremble less, because their walk will have rhythm again. That's when you'll realize you didn't rescue them. You reminded them they never lost the way. This week, there will be moments that feel almost unexplainable, as if someone flicked a switch inside your body and everything recalibrates in an instant. 1 second you're sluggish, foggy, overthinking, overstimulated, weighed down by a fatigue that feels like it's been collecting for weeks. And then, suddenly, for no clear reason, you feel light again. Your mind sharpens, your energy steadies. It's like a heaviness falls off your shoulders. A pressure you didn't even realize you were carrying simply vanishes. It doesn't last long, but it doesn't need to. These are micro recharges, brief moments where the soul sends a surge through your system, not because you sat down to rest, but because you finally chose alignment over avoidance. They don't arrive while you're trying to restore your energy. They arrive the moment you make a decision that reflects your truth. You say no when your past self would have said yes to stay liked. You pause instead of reacting. You take responsibility instead of blaming. You send gratitude in place of resentment. You speak clearly when you used to silence yourself. You hold the boundary you once always broke. You move when you used to freeze. And that's when it hits not as emotion, but as energy. To the faithful, you show yourself faithful. Psalm 18:25. Could it be that every time you choose integrity, heaven answers in vitality? These are not emotional highs. They're energetic confirmations, little pulses from the divine system, affirming that your nervous system just caught up to your soul's frequency. And if you're not paying attention, you'll miss it. You'll call it random. You'll move too fast. But if you slow down, you'll realize that boost you just felt didn't come from nowhere. It came because your spirit recognized a moment of truth. Have you tracked these moments before the exact second your body felt lighter without explanation? Do you know what you released just before your mind suddenly cleared? Are you willing to pause long enough to name what you just chose, instead of ignoring it as coincidence? The more you trace it, the more obvious the pattern becomes. You don't need to wait until burnout to receive restoration. You can live in real-time restoration, not because you learned how to rest harder, but because you're finally walking in alignment. Those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. Isaiah 40:31. Strength isn't being added to you. It's being unlocked through you. But not everyone listens to these feedback loops. Some override them so often. Their system eventually numbs out. History holds the story of Napoleon Bonaparte, a man who once had immense clarity, vision, and spiritual instinct, especially early in his rise. But as power increased, so did his compromise. He began violating his own boundaries, stepping into battles that weren't his, ignoring the natural limits of leadership. His fall didn't come from one moment of failure. It came from hundreds of moments of misalignment. His energy, once magnetic, turned manic. His empire collapsed, not at its edge, but from its core. Pride brings a person low, but the lowly in spirit gain honor. Proverbs 29:23. And just to see what this looks like in modern life, consider the story of Eckhart Tolle, the German-born spiritual teacher and best-selling author of The Power of Now. Before his global recognition, Tolle experienced a period of deep depression and despair. One night, in the middle of his internal breakdown, a quiet shift occurred. He made a choice not from striving, but from surrender. "I cannot live with myself any longer," he said. And suddenly, a question formed within him. Who is the I that cannot live with the self? That moment of awareness was the turning point. He describes it as the unraveling of ego, and within months, his life changed without any external strategy. He wasn't chasing energy. He had aligned with the truth, and the recharge followed. The unfolding of your words gives light. It gives understanding to the simple. Salma v'tisha sara ma v'shloshim. You don't need to push anymore. You don't need to force momentum or manufacture motivation. You just need to choose clearly again and again, and the charge will return. Alignment is the gateway. Truth is the ignition, and the recharge is automatic. He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Isaiah 40:29. There is a hidden mechanism operating beneath the surface of this week, a spiritual algorithm, recalibrating not just how others view you, but more crucially, how you view yourself. And the shift doesn't begin with a miracle. It begins with a moment, a single act of self-respect, a boundary spoken without apology, a conversation where, for once, you don't play small. And as subtle as it seems, the atmosphere around you begins to reorganize itself in response. In physics, this is not unlike sympathetic resonance, where the vibration of one object can set another into motion if tuned to the same frequency. Your new vibration is doing exactly that, reshaping how others engage with your presence, even before you say a word. Sometimes, it will show up in the most unexpected places. A coworker who used to ignore your insights suddenly listens in full silence. A family member who once spoke over you finds themselves choosing their words more carefully, or someone you once tried to impress now seems slightly uncomfortable in your presence. That's not rejection, it's resonance, recalibrating. Their spirit feels the frequency shift before their mind can name it. You've outgrown an agreement they didn't know you'd made. Why do people sometimes pull away just when you begin to stand in your truth? It's because authenticity disturbs any environment built on performance. When your vibration shifts, you become like a new gravitational field, and those who orbited your old energy can feel that they no longer fit in its pull. This dissonance doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It's spiritual tectonics at work, a necessary friction when the inner plates of your identity begin to move. The truth is, some connections were only strong because you were silently holding the weight of the dynamic. And when you release that role, the structure tilts, not to collapse but to reset. Behold, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 40:19. But the deepest transformation won't be what they do. It's what you feel. You'll notice, perhaps in a moment of stillness or during a conversation, that the old version of you, the one who tolerated what was misaligned, the one who avoided discomfort by abandoning self simply, doesn't fit anymore. Like a sacred architectural redesign happening from within, the foundation of your identity, once cracked and patched, is being rebuilt with divine precision. And as any structural engineer knows, once the base shifts, the rest must follow. Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. The old has passed away. Behold, the new has come. 2 Corinthians 5:17. This is not reinvention. It is a remembrance. You're not building a new house. You're restoring the original blueprint before trauma made the edits. And with that return comes a clarity that doesn't shout. It just stands. There's a moment in the 2007 Austrian film, The Counterfeiters, based on true events during World War II, where the main character, Salomon Sorowicz, A skilled Jewish counterfeiter forced to work for the Nazis quietly refuses to sabotage his own moral compass. He says, "If I lose myself, I've lost everything." It is not a grand speech, just a calm statement in a brutal system, but in that stillness, we see the entire architecture of a soul refusing to bend. Your alignment will speak that way this week. Get, but immovable. Have you ever wondered why certain relationships suddenly feel awkward after you begin healing, as if the old rhythm is playing but you no longer want to dance? And here's the opportunity. When that shift begins, don't shrink to fit back into the old container. You weren't made to live folded. The more stable your spiritual architecture becomes, the more unstable anything built on old terms will feel. And that's the point. You are becoming earthquake-resistant, not through control, but through consistency. You shall no longer be termed forsaken, but you shall be called, "My delight is in her." Isaiah 62:4. Let your life this week be a kind of still architecture, like the flying buttresses of Gothic cathedrals, designed not to move, but to hold the tension of both heaven and earth without cracking. That is the weight your presence now carries. And when the world senses it, it adjusts, either aligning or exiting. The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day. Proverbs 4:18. But here's the mystery buried in that verse. The morning sun doesn't rise all at once. It breaks slowly through layers of shadow, scattering light inch by inch until the whole landscape is transformed. And so it is with you. Your clarity, your conviction, your purpose, they may begin as a flicker, but each time you choose truth over approval, alignment over convenience, that flicker expands until one day, without fanfare, you become the warmth someone else leans toward. You become the light that reveals, not because you tried to shine, but because you refused to dim, just like dawn. It was never loud, but it was always coming, because the energy moving through this week isn't just adjusting how people treat you, it's accelerating the resonance of your presence in ways that bypass logic. Your credibility isn't being built through effort anymore. It's being sensed, in rooms you haven't entered yet, in conversations where your name is brought up without your presence. There's something in the unseen now confirming what the seen has taken years to catch up to. And if you move through this portal with integrity, not ego, you won't need to convince anyone. They'll simply know. The shift will speak before you do. A good name is more desirable than great riches. To be esteemed is better than silver or gold. Proverbs 22:1. And this week, the value of your name isn't being negotiated. It's being revealed. That's the strange power of spiritual velocity. The faster you align with who you truly are, the more reality around you must either adjust or release. You won't need to announce yourself loudly, but you will be tested on whether you're ready to walk through the portal of perception or keep pretending it's not real. Do you dare to let people see you for who you've actually become, not who they remember? This week doesn't care how many books you've read, how many mantras you chant, or how peaceful your Instagram feed looks. It's not measuring aesthetics, it's scanning for authenticity. It only wants to know one thing. Are you here to reinforce the old system, or are you here to shake it to its foundation? Because right now, neutrality has expired. The fence is gone, and every delay will be registered by the frequency you're emitting. In architecture, a structure either absorbs pressure and flexes, or it cracks. You were not made to bend indefinitely. I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life. Deuteronomy 30:19. Choice is not an abstraction this week. It is the architecture of your new timeline. This is not the kind of week where you wait to see what happens. That strategy belongs to a version of you that no longer exists. If you coast, you'll fade. If you hesitate, the window closes. And if you're waiting for someone else to validate your timing, you've already missed it. This week is measuring for presence, not polish. It's watching for conviction, not choreography. If your voice trembles but speaks truth, you win. If you stand quietly but stand tall, you win. This is not about image. This is about embodiment. The eyes of the Lord range throughout the earth to strengthen those whose hearts are fully committed to Him. 2 Chronicles 16-9. And commitment isn't emotional. It's observable. What if this moment you're standing in is not just significant, but sovereign? Now is the time of God's favor. Now is the day of salvation. 2 Corinthians 6-2. The transformation is not coming later. It's happening now in real time, as systems in your life begin to bend toward your alignment or away from it. Relationships will either come closer or dissolve without conflict. Conversations will either flow or fall flat. Your career may show signs of quiet redirection, or hidden opportunities may rise that seem to come from nowhere. It's not chaos, it's divine sorting, and it's showing you clearly whether you're calibrating into your future or subtly collapsing to protect your past. And here's the hardest truth. Most won't notice they've already made the choice, because it doesn't happen in dramatic declarations. It happens in the pause where you stay silent when you should have spoken, in the meeting where you downplay your knowing to stay palatable, in the moment you delay action until you feel more ready, even though your spirit was already lit. That's where it's decided. This isn't about being loud, it's about being undeniable. Your life doesn't need fireworks this week. It needs presence, anchored, bold, unapologetic presence. And whether the world applauds it or not, heaven already recognizes it. You can't slip through this window with half-truths and polished masks. The energy moving now doesn't respond to performance, it demands precision. This isn't a season where you can whisper your way into alignment. You either walk in your integrity like armor, or you dissolve into the background noise of your own potential. And background noise doesn't shift timelines. It barely echoes. But here's the real test. What version of you are you still performing to protect? What's being asked of you now isn't polish. It's presence. Not the curated version of you that pleases rooms and pacifies expectation, but the unfiltered, unmuted current of who you actually are. This isn't about being digestible. It's about being undeniable. There is a sacred difference between ego and sacred selfishness, and this week will expose who knows the difference. Sacred selfishness is not narcissism, it's spiritual stewardship. It's what happens when you treat your time, your clarity, your frequency as resources heaven entrusted you to protect. It's when you refuse to abandon your internal altar to maintain someone else's comfort. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. This isn't cruelty, it's consecration. And in this window, visibility equals velocity. What does that mean? The more visibly, clearly, and unapologetically you arrive in your truth, not as a brand, not as a narrative, but as a reality, the faster divine coordination begins. Energies are organizing around boldness now. The portal does not respond to potential. It moves for people who have already decided. Not perfect people, but precise ones. You weren't born to repeat someone else's rhythm. You weren't called to echo the frequency of the past. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. And the renewal comes through action, not daydreams. If this was the week where your future was listening, what would you actually say? If your alignment had already been approved in heaven, how would you carry yourself on earth? Would you still hesitate to speak the truth that's been burning in your chest for years? Would you still cling to old permissions from people who never truly saw you? There's a reason why silence won't work anymore. Because there are also those who, like Balaam in the book of Numbers, once called by God, but later, corrupted by the lure of status, chose to sell their voice for comfort. Balaam was a prophet, but he compromised his anointing for the approval of kings, and in doing so, he lost his clarity, his credibility, and eventually his life. Numbers 22:24. That's what happens when divine purpose is traded for personal gain. It collapses under its own weight, and that warning lingers in the spirit this week. If you silence your gift to please a system you were sent to disrupt, it will cost more than you realize. This week has watchers, helpers, forces waiting for the green light in your voice. And here's the revelation. This is the green light, but only for those who treat it as sacred, not symbolic. There's no more space for performance. The energy ahead will not support smallness disguised as humility. The righteous are bold as a lion. Proverbs 28:1. And boldness isn't just volume, it's alignment embodied. If you show up halfway, you'll vanish in the noise. But if you arrive whole, the universe will rearrange to reflect your presence. This is not the week to intellectualize your potential, to analyze it like a theory in waiting, or scribble circles around it in your journal. This is the week to embody it, to activate it like a divine current running through your spine. Say the thing, do the thing, send the message, make the move. Not because the circumstances are perfect, but because you've finally decided that your future is too costly to be postponed by your fear. Faith without works is dead. James, Shetaim, Sheba, Asra. And in the architecture of destiny, intention without motion is just a beautiful ruin uninhabited, echoing, forgotten. If you're still waiting for confidence to crown you, you're missing the truth. Clarity comes from movement, and readiness is rarely a prerequisite in the kingdom. It is often the result of obedience. So don't just make it through the week. Don't just tiptoe around your calling and hope the heavens hand it to you more gently. Stand up in it. Walk like someone whose spirit has already been marked. Speak like your voice is the tuning fork heaven listens for. Interrupt the pattern of your old self so fiercely that even your doubts don't recognize you anymore. If the divine is watching, not for perfection, but for participation, what are you still waiting for? Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 60:1. This moment isn't here to soothe you. It's here to see you, to test if your convictions are stronger than your comfort, to ask if your identity will finally outrun your excuses. Because this isn't about inspiration, it's about ignition. And the only question left is, will you let it? Or will you shrink back and watch your turning point pass disguised as just another day? If you've made it this far, it means something in your spirit. Recognize the weight of this week. It's not just another shift. It's a divine checkpoint. A moment where timelines bend not because of force, but because of frequency yours. This is not about doing more, but being more honest. Not about rushing ahead, but about anchoring deeper. Heaven is not waiting for perfection. Heaven is waiting for presence. And maybe you don't have it all figured out. Maybe you still doubt if you're truly one of the chosen. But if you're still here watching, listening, feeling every word, that's your confirmation. You were meant to hear this. You are not behind. You're right on time for the destiny that was designed with your name on it. So walk forward, not with fear, but with faith, for we walk by faith, not by sight. 2 Corinthians 5-7. And in case no one has told you lately, your clarity is needed, your presence is power, and the spiritual realm is waiting for your yes. If this message resonated with you, I invite you to like this video, share it with someone who might need it, and comment 777 below if you're ready to align with your higher calling. If you've supported the channel through super thanks, thank you from the bottom of my heart. But even if you simply watched in silence, your presence is deeply appreciated. Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss what's coming. Next, we're just getting started. Until then, may you walk boldly, love deeply, and remain anchored in the truth of who God called you to be. Blessings and protection over your path. See you in the next message. It's finally happening. We are entering one of the most decisive days of the entire year, the 31st of August. On this day, the person you trust most will become your greatest test, not an enemy, not a rival. Them, the one who's held your secrets, shared your victories, and stood closest to your heart, now standing as the very instrument heaven will use to measure you. It will strike without warning. A conversation that turns sharp. A look that feels unfamiliar. A truth that slices through the safety you thought was unshakable. And in that moment, the veil will tear, and heaven will watch not their betrayal, but your response. If your chest tightens reading this, if something in you whispers, "This is for me," then act now, like this video, subscribe, and drop 777 the comments, so this warning reaches every other chosen one in time. To those who have given through super thanks, or even if you haven't, your presence here is a blessing I honor deeply. Now, let's tear open the truth about the 31st of August before it tears into you. God's chosen ones. On the 31st of August, the person you trust most will be your greatest test. When heaven tests you, it rarely arrives in a flash of lightning or a roaring voice from the clouds. It slips in quietly through the person whose presence you have long trusted, whose voice has shaped the rhythm of your days. That is why such a trial cuts far deeper than any open enemy could. Even my close friend, someone I trusted, one who shared my bread, has turned against me. Psalm 41:9. And when that moment comes, will you see it as betrayal, or will you recognize the refining fire it truly is? The difference lies in perception. One turns the heart bitter, the other turns it pure. Sometimes the most disguised blessing is the one that arrives wearing the face of offense, because it forces the gold within you to separate from the dross. On the 31st of August, the unseen currents will shift like fault lines beneath the earth, silent yet unyielding. Out of that shift, hidden motives will rise like ink swirling into clear water. The one who knows your victories and your private griefs will become a mirror reflecting more than your outward life. They will uncover what your soul has been holding. Their words may press against unhealed wounds. Their silences may speak volumes. Will you let those moments strengthen your foundation or crack it? This is not a day for surface reactions. It is a day for deep anchoring. The measure of your character will not be found in avoiding the storm, but in how you hold your footing when the wind shifts without warning. The crucible for silver and the furnace for gold. But the Lord tests the heart. Proverbs 17:3. Strength in this hour will not be measured by grand gestures, but by a steady refusal to surrender truth for temporary relief. The painter Vincent van Gogh once observed, "Great things are done by a series of small things brought together. This test will be a series of such small things, each one shaping the arc of your destiny. A look you choose to overlook. A provocation you decide not to answer. A temptation you turn away from without announcement. These are the hidden victories that shift your future. And what if, in resisting the urge to defend yourself, you are actually defending your crown? Yet Scripture and history warn us of the opposite path. Demas, once a trusted companion of the Apostle Paul, loved this present world and deserted his mission. 2 Timothy 4:10. His fall was not a sudden collapse. It was the slow erosion of conviction under the weight of compromise. Who in your life might be playing the role of a modern Demas, urging you toward comfort that costs you the crown God intended for you? The tragedy of such a choice is that it often feels harmless in the moment, yet years later, the loss is written across a destiny that could have been. And sometimes the greatest danger isn't in a visible enemy, but in the friendly hand that leads you off the narrow path, one small step at a time. Nature teaches this as well. A tree in a constant wind does not grow weaker, it grows roots deeper into the soil. But a tree shielded from all strain often topples when the storm finally comes. Romans 8:37 declares, "In all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." So, when the storm rises on the 31st of August, will you sink into the soil of faith or be swept away by the flood? Remember, storms have two purposes: to expose what cannot stand and to strengthen what refuses to fall. And in that exposure, heaven writes your true testimony. You will stand in that moment, not only before a person, but before the architecture of your own soul. Every word you speak, every silence you hold, will be a brick laid toward your future or toward your ruin. And if you endure, you will claim the promise, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life." James 1:12. When that hour strikes, will you choose the crown or the compromise? The choice will not feel ceremonial, it will feel raw, urgent, and deeply personal. And yet, on the other side of endurance is a victory that nothing in this world can take from you. Chosen one, rise. Not because the road is gentle, but because heaven has already carved your victory into eternity. This is your proving ground, your defining chapter, and your moment to stand so firm that even the gates of hell take a step back. The heavens are not watching to condemn you, they are watching to shape you. This is not judgment for your destruction, it is preparation for your promotion. Something greater than anything you have known is approaching. Và bạn không thể bước vào điều đó khi vẫn mặc trên mình chiếc áo cũ của con người cũ. See, I am doing a new thing, now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:19 is not just a verse, it is the quiet announcement of your next chapter. How many times have you found yourself reliving the same story? The scenery changes, the faces change, yet the emotional wound remains the same, like a melody that returns in every verse of your life's song. The 31st of August will be more than a date. It will be a door. But not all doors open with a key. Some only yield when the one standing before them has been transformed. In the days leading up to this moment, you may feel the air tighten with a quiet urgency. Dreams will sharpen into colors more vivid than waking life. Encounters will feel charged, as if every glance and every word has been rehearsed in a script older than your birth. And the real question is, will you dismiss them as coincidence, or will you treat them as divine clues? Be dressed ready for service and keep your lamps burning. Luke 12:35 is the silent instruction hidden inside those moments. Nature teaches this truth with the migration of monarch butterflies. They travel thousands of miles, crossing seasons and storms, yet always arrive at the exact grove their ancestors knew, because something within them refuses to be lost. In the same way, these signs, these breadcrumbs, scattered before you are heaven's way of guiding you to the place already written in your design. And right there, in the middle of the journey, you may realize ignoring them is choosing to wander. Following them is choosing to arrive, whether you turn to the right or to the left. Your ears will hear a voice behind you, saying, "This is the way, walk in it." Isaiah 30:21. When that moment comes, the person closest to you may suddenly feel like a threshold, a living gate between the life you've known and the one you are about to enter. Their words may sting like winter wind against bare skin. Their actions might leave shadows you didn't expect. Their silence may ache deeper than any wound. But hidden beneath it is heaven's question: will you let go of who you were, so I can crown who you are becoming? This is the heart of the test, not their actions, but your transformation in the face of them. It is like the moment in the opera La Traviata, when the music swells, and you realize the pain in the melody is not there to break the heroine, but to bring her to the final turning point. The tension is not cruelty, it is the final shaping before release. Your story is caught in that same swell. The strings are tightening, not to strangle you, but to tune you for the song you were born to play. And as the music builds, you begin to see that what feels like resistance is actually alignment. So, chosen one, as the 31st of August draws near, watch for the signs in the sky and the stirring in your spirit. See the wind bending the branches, the river carving a new path through the stone, and the night sky aligning in patterns only the patient can discern. In the stillness between those signs, heaven's message will settle over you, not to frighten you, but to prepare you for the appointed crossing. Step lightly, listen deeply, and hold yourself ready for the moment when the test arrives through the one you least expect. On the 31st of August, the inner landscape of your heart will amplify like a sound wave in a perfectly tuned chamber. Every emotion will be magnified. Subtle disagreements could feel like deep betrayals, and the smallest remark could reopen scars that have slept for years. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. The danger is not in the event itself, but in the reaction it provokes. One impulsive choice could seal shut a door heaven has been waiting to open. Will you allow the pressure to break you, or will you let it refine you? In this moment, patience will not be passive. It will be your most advanced weapon, like the tensile steel that keeps a cathedral standing for centuries. Silence will be the shield that absorbs the tremors without letting them fracture the structure of your spirit. Love, even when heat rises in your chest, will be the frequency that disarms the test itself. This will be a spiritual earthquake, shaking not to destroy the house of your soul, but to reveal the cracks in its foundation. In architecture, this is called a structural integrity assessment, a test to see what can endure and what must be rebuilt. And when the dust settles, the design that remains will be purer, stronger, and more aligned with the architect's blueprint for your life. But here is a truth many will not tell you. If you miss the lesson hidden in the shaking, the cycle will reload. The same kind of person, the same kind of wound, the same kind of storm will repeat until you choose a different path. As a dog returns to its vomit, so fools repeat their folly. Proverbs 26:11. This is why the 31st of August is not just a point on the calendar, it is a once-opened gate in the architecture of heaven. Miss it, and the rotation of the wheel will not come again until the next appointed time, from now until that day. Observe your inner atmosphere with the precision of a scientist tracking resonance patterns. How do you feel in the company of your closest circle? Do they raise your frequency or pull you into the static of doubt? Do you feel the oxygen of trust in their presence or the constriction of silent judgment? The answers are the coordinates of your upcoming test, and when it strikes, be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to become angry. James 1:19. For wisdom in the first response will determine the map of your next chapter. The great conductor Arturo Toscanini once said, "The silence between the notes is as important as the notes themselves." In the heat of the 31st of August, your silence will not be a weakness, it will be the sacred rest between movements, the pause that gives meaning to the crescendo. The challenge may wear the familiar face of someone you love, but beneath that familiarity is the hidden scaffolding of your breakthrough. What is coming is not random, it is ancient, woven into the fabric of your story, long before you breathed your first. Around the 31st of August, the heavens will align in a way that feels like the locking of gears in a cosmic timepiece, precise, irreversible, and deliberate. He has made everything beautiful in its time. Ecclesiastes 3:11. The patterns you've lived, the delays you've endured, the misunderstandings that have shadowed your journey, none of them were accidents. They were the construction phase for this exact bridge. And now heaven will see if you are ready to walk across. Chosen one, rise. Not because the path is easy, but because the one who stands firm to the end will be saved. Matthew 24:13. Stand as if the walls of your destiny are being set in place around you. Stand as if your silence is laying the keystone in the arch of your future. Stand, because this is the day the foundation of your next chapter is tested, and you will not be found lacking. For weeks, it has felt as though every conversation was built on sand, every plan suspended in the half-light of misunderstanding. Mercury, the ancient messenger of the gods, has been locked in the dissonance of retrograde, words tangled like roots beneath a forgotten cathedral floor, meanings warped, and vital truths locked behind invisible gates. The timing of your steps felt misaligned, as if you were walking against an unseen current. But now, as the days before the 31st of August unfold, the gears of the heavens begin to realign. Mercury moves directly into Leo, and the shift is not a whisper, it is a surge. It will feel like the clouds muffling your voice are ripped apart, and the warmth of your own clarity floods in. This is not just a change in mood, it is the release of pressure in a sealed chamber. A sudden decompression that makes space for breath. Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. Leo does not move in shadows, it stands in the open, crowned in unshakable light. When the messenger runs in the fire of the lion, truth will no longer wait for the right moment. It will demand to be spoken, even if your voice shakes. Are you ready to speak what heaven has been storing in your bones, in the language of physics? This is the moment of resonance, when a frequency finds its match and the energy multiplies. That is what happens when Mercury turns forward in Leo. Your words and your purpose synchronize, and the vibration of your calling reverberates far beyond the room you're standing in. The Renaissance architect Filippo Brunelleschi once said that every dome must have a perfect keystone, a single piece that locks the entire structure in place. This alignment is your keystone. Miss it, and the structure remains unfinished. Will you step into the center and set it? For some, this moment will feel like the pause before the final round, in a championship, muscles still, breath measured, the crowd holding its silence. In that pause, everything you have rehearsed is either ready to rise or ready to fail. Let your conversation be always full of grace, seasoned with salt. Colossians 4-6. Because the words you release now will not only move through air, they will carve paths through time. What if the very truths you've been guarding were never meant to stay hidden, but to arrive like arrows at the exact heart they were sent for? And understand this: when Mercury turns direct in Leo, the truths you've hidden are no longer just personal, they become assignments. You may find yourself telling someone exactly what they needed to hear, at the precise moment heaven wanted them to hear it. The late choreographer Martha Graham once said, "You are unique, and if that is not fulfilled, then something has been lost." This is your fulfillment moment. The messenger inside you has been training for release. Do not be afraid, keep on speaking. Do not be silent. Acts 18-9. Every word you release now will ripple beyond your reach, carrying the weight of eternity into places your feet may never tread. This is not just your moment to speak, it is heaven's moment to be heard through you. Chosen one, stand in the open court of this season. Let your words carry the architecture of heaven. Your silence anchor the weight of wisdom, and your courage ignite the chambers of destiny. The lion has roared, who will not fear? The sovereign Lord has spoken, who can but prophesy? Amos 3-8. The 31st of August is not just the end of retrograde, it is the opening of the palace gates. Step through. They will not wait for your perfect readiness. The truths inside you, some whispered by heaven, some carved through years of trial, will demand to come out, whether your hands are steady or trembling. That is why the days leading into the 31st of August carry such weight. The divine test will not arrive from a stranger, but through the person closest to you. And it will come at the precise moment your voice is finally strong enough to speak. For out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaks. Matthew 12:34. Yet strength in voice is not enough. Your heart must choose how to wield it. Will your words build a bridge, or will they burn the ground beneath your feet? They may press against the edges of your boundaries, question your loyalty, or touch an old wound so deep that the ache feels like it has lived in you for generations. Everything in you may want to react quick, sharp, final. But here is the heart of the test. Will you answer from the old self, the one who must win every argument, defend every inch, and prove every point? Or will you rise as the new self, who knows that some of the greatest battles are not fought with words at all, but with patience, presence, and love? A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Proverbs 15:1. In moments like these, I'm reminded of a statement by the great cellist Pablo Casals, who once said, "The truly great musician is not the one who plays the loudest, but the one who knows when not to play." In the symphony of your life, silence can be as decisive as speech, and restraint can echo longer than rebuttal. But how will you know when to speak and when to stand still? As Mercury turns direct in Leo, conversations you thought were closed may resurface. People you haven't seen in years may reappear. Long-buried truths may rise from the shadows, like ancient scrolls unrolling in the sun. Some words you hear may feel heavier than their sound. Certain expressions may stir something buried deep in your memory, a faint echo of wounds you thought had healed. The purposes of a person's heart are deep waters, but one who has insight draws them out. Proverbs 20:5. Every one of these moments will be part of the orchestration, the divine alignment, preparing you for the 31st of August. This is not random tension. It is a deliberate positioning of pieces on a board you cannot fully see. And there is a warning hidden in history. In the days of the early church, there was a man named Alexander the coppersmith who opposed Paul's message and caused him much harm. Paul wrote, "The Lord will repay him for what he has done." 2 Timothy 4:14. Alexander was not a faceless enemy. He was someone known, trusted, and once within reach. His opposition did not come from distance, but from proximity. Could your test on the 31st of August come in the same way, not from the obvious enemy, but from the one close enough to touch your soul? Chosen one, stand ready. The hour will come when the air is thick with unspoken meaning, when your heart is pounding with the urge to answer in the old way. In that moment, remember, blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Matthew 5-9. Stand not to prove yourself, but to prove heaven right about you. This is your hour. Hold your ground. Speak only when led, and let your stillness carry the roar of victory. It is not an accidental turn in your story. It is a carefully woven moment in the tapestry of your life. A point where every lesson, every scar, every act of faith you've walked through will be summoned to the surface. Leo's fire will beckon you to roar back when you feel cornered. It will whisper the urge to declare your truth so fiercely that no one could possibly ignore it. The tongue has the power of life and death. Proverbs 18:21. That is the gift, but also the danger. Will you let that fire serve your purpose? Or will you let it consume what you are building? The temptation to react in heat will be strong, but the wiser voice within you knows that not every battle requires a sword. Sometimes the victory lies in choosing when to stand silent. The true test will be whether your roar comes from your calling or from your wound. Fire can illuminate a dark valley, but it can also scorch a green field if ego takes the reins. You may burn the very bridge heaven built to carry you into your next chapter, but if the heart leads, that same flame will light the path into a reality where old cycles lose their grip, and you no longer circle the same wilderness. This is not simply about self-control. It is about choosing which fire you will feed. Blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in him. Jeremiah 17:7. Think of it like tending a hearth in winter. Too much flame and the house burns. Too little and the cold seeps in. The art lies in sustaining just enough heat to warm without destroying, and in this balance, you will discover a strength far greater than mere defiance. Nature itself teaches this balance. A wildfire can devastate a forest, yet certain seeds, like those of the lodgepole pine, can only release new life through the heat of flames. Could it be that this fiery moment is not meant to destroy you, but to break open what could never grow otherwise? And if so, will you recognize the difference between destruction and rebirth when you are standing in the heat? Like a storm that uproots shallow-rooted trees but spares the deeply planted, this trial will reveal where your roots truly lie. If your foundation is in truth, the fire will only burn away the dead wood. If it's in pride, the flames will leave nothing to stand on. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned. The flames will not set you ablaze. Isaiah 43:2. The sun, ruler of Leo, will pour its relentless energy into this alignment, saturating the days before the 31st of August with a charge so potent it feels almost cinematic. Events will unfold like quicksilver. The smallest glances and briefest words dripping with meaning. It will feel as if the universe has placed you in the arena, the lights blazing, the audience holding its breath, the script unwritten. In that instant, be on your guard, stand firm in the faith, be courageous, be strong. 1 Corinthians 16:13. And just as a conductor raises their baton before the orchestra's final movement, the world will seem to freeze for a breathless moment before the next note. This pause will be your chance, your final second, to decide what kind of mark you will leave on this chapter. This moment is much like the final act of Verdi's opera Otello, when the stage is thick with tension, and every note and silence holds the weight of destiny. One move can redeem, another can ruin. Heaven is giving you that same stage not to terrify you, but to prove you ready. Will you let fear write your lines? Or will you deliver the words that align with your calling? Even the shadows will seem to lean in to hear what you choose. And know this, your choice will echo beyond the 31st of August. Shaping the script of the seasons to come, the Lord will be your everlasting light, and your God will be your glory. Isaiah 60:19. As the 31st of August approaches, remember this is not a random blaze, it is a refining fire. The same sun that can blind the unprepared will guide the one who walks in its light. This is the arena of destiny, the proving ground of your patience, and the moment heaven watches to see if you will master the flame or let the flame master you. Chosen one, stand in the arena, lift your head to the light, and let your fire burn for purpose, not for pride. And when the last ember settles, let it be said that you did not merely survive the blaze, you emerged from it, carrying the light forward. Every choice you make these days will not end. When the clock strikes midnight, they will ripple outward like waves from a stone dropped in still water. The drumbeat is already sounding, faint but steady, like a distant war march, moving closer. Every conversation you have, every emotion you feel, every unexpected encounter is adding another note to the score that will play on the 31st of August. For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ. 2 Corinthians 5:10. On that day, you will not simply be marking another date, you will be standing at the gateway of a test that could alter the blueprint of your life. Will you walk through it as you are now, or as the version of you heaven has been building in secret? What most cannot see is that the test of the 31st of August is not about a single conversation, conflict, or decision. It is the sealing of a chamber in your soul that has been echoing with the same lessons for years, maybe even decades. That is why it feels heavier than any challenge before. That is why the air feels charged, as though your very skin is aware of the approaching hour. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven. Ecclesiastes 3:1. Does your heartbeat quicken when you think about what's coming? Not out of fear, but because some deep part of you knows it has been here before. The universe has been turning a great wheel in the background of your life. In mechanical engineering, there is a phenomenon called torque alignment. When a system rotates until the grooves of its gears fall perfectly into place, that is what is happening now. The wheel is slowing, clicking into its final notch, preparing to lock. That locking point is the 31st of August. It is the precise moment the architecture of your spiritual foundation will bear its full weight. Miss the alignment, and the door it holds in place will remain closed. Stand in it, and the door will swing open to a hall you have never walked before. This is not a new path. It is an ancient cycle you've been walking without realizing. The same patterns, the same emotional traps, the same type of people showing up in different forms, pulling you into storms you thought you'd left behind. The late conductor Herbert von Karajan once said, "The pauses between the notes, that is where the art resides." You have been given a pause before the final note of this cycle. And in that stillness lies your power. Will you step into the same storm once again? Or will you break the weather pattern entirely? Chosen one, when the wheel locks. Stand firm, and you will win life. Luke 21:19. Do not be lulled by the familiarity of the cycle. It is not your home. It is your cage. Let the 31st of August be the day the key turns. The gate opens, and you step into the corridor. Heaven has been preparing. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. Isaiah 43:18. The cycle ends when you say it ends. Stand, and let the lock click into place for the last time. Every time you thought you had moved forward, a hand, seen or unseen, seemed to reach back and drag you into old ground. It was never random. The pull was gravitational, like the moon drawing the tide. And as long as the wheel kept turning, you could feel it tugging at you. But when the wheel stops, that force dissolves. The cycle cannot hold you anymore. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. Yet freedom does not arrive wrapped in comfort. It arrives wrapped in a test. And the test, cunning in its design, comes through the person closest to you, because only they can reach the deepest chambers of your heart. A stranger cannot wound you with the same precision. An acquaintance cannot tempt you with the same intensity. But the one you love, the one you trust, they can shake the very ground beneath your feet. Why would heaven allow this? Not to punish you, but to uncover what still lives within you, what still bleeds, what still resists surrender, what must be healed before you can carry the weight of the next chapter. The crucible for silver and the furnace for gold. But the Lord tests the heart. Proverbs 17:3. Will you see this as betrayal, or will you recognize it as surgery on the soul? History offers warnings for those who misread such moments. In the courts of medieval France, Charles the Bold trusted an advisor named Pierre de Hagenbach with his territories. Hagenbach's cruelty not only destroyed Charles's influence, but cost the region its stability for decades. The danger did not come from an open enemy, it came from within his own house. Could the 31st of August hold a Hagenbach in your life? And if so, will you identify them in time to guard the gate of your destiny? Moments like these are gateways. They are rare. They do not swing open often. And when they do, they remain open for only a breath in eternity. On the 31st of August, such a gateway will open for you. You will not see it with your eyes, but you will feel it, a heaviness in the air, the sensation of being observed by something far greater than you, a clarity so sharp it feels as if heaven itself has leaned in. Stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask where the good way is, and walk in it. Jeremiah 6:16. In that instant, the choices you make will etch themselves into the architecture of your fate. This is where Mercury direct in Leo becomes more than an astrological headline. It becomes a torch in your hand. It will expose the truth from the falsehood, reveal who is walking beside you in covenant and who is merely passing through. It will show you what belongs in your future and what must be left in the ashes. But light, if unguarded, can blind. Will you use it to guide your steps or to scorch the very road you must walk? Wisdom will matter more than victory. When an ancient cycle ends, a new one begins instantly. No pause, no empty space. The person you are in the final hour of the 31st of August will be the same person who steps over the threshold. Do not be conformed to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. If you react from your old wounds, You will carry them into the next cycle, and the freedom you've been chasing will evaporate once again. In the hours before this day, you may feel restless, as though the air itself is carrying news you cannot yet hear. You may notice repeating numbers, vivid dreams, or encounter people whose timing feels too precise to be coincidence. These are not random, they are signals, carefully placed by the same hand that wrote your story before your first breath. And when the moment arrives, it will be quiet, not the gentle quiet of peace, but the electric quiet before lightning splits the sky. You will know it instantly, for every part of you will stand alert, and you will sense that heaven is watching to see if you will walk through. Chosen one, when that gateway stands before you, be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Joshua 1-9. Lift your head, steady your heart, and take the step. This is not just another day. It is the threshold of your becoming. The shift begins quietly, like the first drop in air pressure before a storm. You feel it in the tightness of your chest, in the sudden stillness that creeps into a room, in the way the person closest to you says or does something that slices past your defenses and reaches the core of you. That is the moment. That is the gateway. That is the test. And when it comes, only one question will matter. Will you pass through with love? Or will you be turned back to walk the same road again? Above all, love each other deeply, because love covers over a multitude of sins. 1 Peter 4-8. What will your answer be when the weight of heaven rests in that breath? In the days leading to the 31st of August, the signs will begin to multiply, not with thunderclaps or blazing visions, but with quiet threads woven into the fabric of your daily life. The sacred often hides in simplicity, almost daring you to notice it. This is how heaven works. When a test of this magnitude approaches, it whispers before it roars. Will you have the eyes to see the whisper? My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me. John 10:27. You may sit through a seemingly ordinary conversation, yet hours later, its words will echo like the call of a distant bird you can't ignore. Why does it linger? Perhaps because those words carried a message written only for your spirit. Sometimes, the cycle will reveal itself in the faces of people you haven't seen in years. They will appear, not by accident, but as part of a pattern resurfacing for the final time. These encounters will feel charged, as if the air between you is heavy with all the unsaid years. It is the same way the earth releases a deep scent before rain, a sign, subtle yet undeniable, that something is coming. Will you step into the rain or hide until it passes? See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43-19. Your dreams will sharpen as the day approaches, more vivid, more emotional, sometimes unsettling. You may wake at 3 a.m., pulse quickened, with the sensation that someone was trying to speak to you through the veil. Pay attention to the symbols in these dreams. They are not random images. They are coded messages, like seeds in a forest carried by the wind to land exactly where they are needed. Just as the Arctic poppy turns its flower to follow the sun, your spirit will be drawn toward these signs without conscious effort. Will you lean into them or dismiss them as noise? This sensitivity will spill into your waking hours. You will notice the subtle shift in a person's posture, the tightening around their eyes, the invisible current of tension in a room. It is as if you have been given the eyes of a hawk, able to detect the slightest movement in the tall grass. And like the hawk, Your next move must be deliberate. Patient. Unschaken. Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion looking for someone to devour. 1 Peter 5-8. It will feel much like the tense opening of Shakespeare's Macbeth, when the stage is shrouded in mist. The witches speak in riddles, and the audience knows that destiny has already begun to weave its threads before the first act unfolds. The tension isn't there to crush you. It is there to sharpen your awareness, to make sure you don't miss the turning of the key in the lock. Chosen one, stand ready. The 31st of August will not arrive with fanfare. It will arrive in a breath, in a glance, in a word so ordinary you might miss it. But if you are awake, you will know this is it. Step forward, for the path behind you no longer exists. The person closest to you may begin to act differently, perhaps more distant, perhaps sharper in tone, or even overly kind in a way that feels strangely out of place. This is not a sudden shift in their nature. It is the spiritual stage being set with precision, moving both of you into the exact positions required for the moment of truth. For everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. Ecclesiastes 3:1. Have you noticed how subtle changes in people's behavior can speak louder than their words? That is the opening scene of your test being written in real time. As the 31st of August draws near, you may sense time behaving differently, events stacking one upon another without the usual pauses, giving you little space to breathe. This is temporal compression, a phenomenon in both physics and the spiritual realm where momentum builds exponentially just before a release. It is the tightening of a bowstring before the arrow flies, the final revolutions of a massive flywheel before it locks into place. Will you be ready when the arrow is released? Write down the revelation and make it plain, for the revelation awaits an appointed time. Habakkuk 2:2-3. The signs will begin to surface with mathematical precision, repeating numbers 777. 1212 will appear not only on clocks but on receipts, street signs, and in your dreams. In mathematics, these are palindromic patterns, sequences that mirror themselves, symbolizing divine symmetry. Spiritually, they are confirmations, nods from heaven that your steps are aligned with a greater design. Are you willing to believe these patterns are not accidents, but coordinates marking your path to the defining moment of your life? Then, the synchronicities will sharpen. A song will play at the exact moment you are thinking about someone, carrying lyrics that feel almost surgical in how they answer the unspoken questions of your heart. You will overhear a fragment of a stranger's conversation, and it will strike with the clarity of an arrow hitting its mark. Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you, saying, "This is the way, walk in it." Isaiah 30:21. It is as if the entire environment is conspiring to hand you the script you'll need for the test. Will you read it or ignore it? The sensation of being watched will grow not in a fearful sense, but as in a championship match, when the referee observes closely in the final seconds before the whistle. This is the silent arena of destiny, the pause before the deciding move. The renowned mountaineer Reinhold Messner once said, "Mountains aren't fair or unfair, they're just dangerous." In the same way, this moment is not cruel, it is consequential. It is watching to see if you've trained for the climb you're about to make. All of these signs are not here to scare you. They are here to prepare you. Be alert and of sober mind. Resist him, standing firm in the faith. 1 Peter 5-8-9. Chosen one, stand in this alignment without flinching. Let the patterns guide you. Let the timing shape you. And when the moment comes, step into it with the steadiness of someone who knows the architect himself has drawn the blueprint of their victory. They are signals carved into the unseen architecture of your journey, reminders that nothing you are about to face is random, and nothing will occur outside the capacity you have been steadily building. The test ahead was not crafted to crush you. It was designed to dismantle the invisible prison you didn't realize you were living in. For the testing of your faith produces perseverance. James 1-3. This is not a trial meant to shatter. It's an instrument precisely tuned to set you free. But when that moment comes, will you recognize it for what it is, or will it pass you by disguised as something ordinary? When the day comes, it may begin with deceptive simplicity. The light through your window may fall, as it always does. The rhythm of the morning may hum like a familiar song, but somewhere in the quiet mechanics of those hours, a subtle shift will occur. The air will carry a different resonance, almost like the stillness before a conductor's baton descends and the orchestra explodes into sound. Something, perhaps a word, an action, or even a single glance will pierce through the ordinary and vibrate in your spirit with the undeniable frequency of destiny. And in that moment, you will feel the world slow. It will be as though the stage lights have narrowed until only two figures remain, you and the person closest to you. Every sound will fade except for the inner pulse of your own heartbeat, striking like a drum in a cathedral. The choice you make here will not simply determine how the moment ends, it will lay the foundation stones of the road you will walk for years to come. I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life. Deuteronomy 30-19. But are you prepared for the reality that choosing life may mean letting go of something or someone you thought you could never release? This is why the test is not truly about them. It is about the person you have been becoming in the hidden chambers of your spirit. It's about the wisdom you've gathered grain by grain. Like an artisan building a vaulted ceiling, one stone at a time. Knowing that one misplaced arch could weaken the entire structure, the weight of this moment is not a burden, it is the culmination of years of alignment, preparation, and divine design. The entrepreneur Howard Schultz once said, "In life, you can't build a wall high enough to protect yourself from all the unexpected events." He was speaking of business, but the principle is spiritual. The wall you've been building is not to keep people out, it is to hold your integrity in when the winds of betrayal try to tear it away. And when that wind blows on the 31st of August, will you be able to stand without the need to strike back? The 31st of August will not be the end of your story. It will be the final punctuation mark of a chapter you have been inhabiting far too long. And as Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, there is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. This is the moment when seasons shift, when one page falls away and another begins. Once you cross that threshold, there will be no turning back. You cannot re-enter the old cycle any more than a butterfly can crawl back into its cocoon. The gravitational pull of the past will release you, and you will feel the strange lightness that comes when chains fall from your hands. Every conversation you've endured, every shadow you've wrestled, every restless night like threads in a divine loom, they have all been leading you to this singular point of convergence. And when that point arrives, Isaiah 43:19 will breathe over you. "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it?" The new thing will not simply arrive, it will erupt. Like a cathedral door thrown open to the blinding light of morning after centuries of darkness. So when the moment comes, stand. Stand as David stood before Goliath. Not because he had the largest sword, but because he had the clearest vision of who went before him. This is not the hour to shrink back or let the old self speak for you. This is the hour to rise into the self heaven has been sculpting, the one whose voice carries the resonance of truth and whose steps echo with the sound of freedom. This is not something far in the distance. It is right in front of you, humming beneath the surface of each passing day. You can feel the pressure building, the air becoming heavier, the sense that something unseen is arranging each detail around you. It's in the way people speak to you differently, in the way old thoughts resurface without warning, in the way your own reflection seems to ask questions you've been avoiding. This is the gathering of energy before the moment it releases, the deep inhale before the exhale that changes everything. The patterns that have been repeating are showing themselves more clearly now. They're not subtle anymore. You see them in the reactions of the person closest to you, in the small ways they mirror your own inner state, in the way their presence stirs feelings you thought you had mastered. It's as if life has placed you in a circle and is slowly tightening it, bringing you face to face with the one truth you cannot ignore any longer. You may notice time behaving strangely, certain days moving too quickly, others stretching endlessly. This is the rhythm of alignment, the push and pull of forces, arranging the stage for a single defining exchange. The test will not announce itself. It will arrive in the middle of something ordinary, but when it does, you will know instantly the tone of a voice, the weight of a silence, the way your heart suddenly beats harder. The world will shift, and you will understand that this is the moment everything has been preparing you for. This is why the days you are in now matter more than you realize. Every choice, every thought, every way you respond to what is placed in front of you is shaping the outcome of a moment that has not yet arrived, but is already written in the language of the stars. The universe has been patient, guiding you here, step by step, sending signs and whispers so you could be ready. And no, this is not something far off in the distance. It is already here, quietly pulsing beneath the surface of each passing day. You can feel it in the atmosphere, like the faint vibration of a massive bell moments before it struck. The air grows heavier, and you sense an unseen hand arranging the details of your life with deliberate precision. It shows itself in subtle ways, in the shift of someone's tone when they speak to you, in old memories resurfacing uninvited. In the uncanny way, your own reflection seems to hold your gaze a little too long. Could it be that the stage has been set long before you realized you were even part of the scene? This is the gathering of energy before the moment it releases, the deep inhale before the exhale that changes everything. The patterns you thought you'd escaped are reappearing, more pronounced, more insistent. You see them mirrored in the reactions of the person closest to you, in how their presence stirs emotions you thought you'd conquered. The purposes of a person's heart are deep waters, but one who has insight draws them out. Proverbs 20:5. And perhaps the emotion they stir is not meant to weaken you, but to reveal the final remnants of what still needs to be healed. Life now feels like a circle tightening around you, bringing you face to face with the truth you can no longer outrun. Some days seem to vanish in a heartbeat, others stretch endlessly, as if testing your patience. This is the rhythm of alignment, the push and pull of forces orchestrating the stage for one defining exchange. Winston Churchill once said, "There comes a special moment in everyone's life, a moment for which that person was born." What if this is that moment for you, and the world just hasn't caught on yet? The test will not announce itself. It will arrive in the middle of something painfully ordinary. One moment you're in conversation, the next your heartbeat changes, the air thickens, and something within whispers, "This is it." And in that instant, the world will tilt. You will feel the weight of every decision you have made, pressing into the choice before you. Be on your guard. Stand firm in the faith. Be courageous. Be strong. 1 Corinthians 16:13. Will you act from the wounds of the past, or from the wisdom the past has forged? Even now, every choice you make is shaping the outcome of this unseen moment. The universe has been patient, guiding you with whispers, symbols, and closed doors that were never punishments but protections. There is no more wandering now, only a path narrowing to a single door. When it appears, you won't recognize it with your eyes, but your soul will know. The air will be charged, your skin will tighten, your breath will slow, and your senses will sharpen. Will you be ready to step through without hesitation? And there, before you, will stand the person who knows your strengths, your blind spots, your history. They will be the key, but also the challenge. In the Bible, Judas Iscariot was one of Jesus' closest companions, yet it was his kiss that marked the betrayal. Luke 22:48. Proximity gives both power to bless and power to wound. History is full of such turning points. The famed Italian artist Caravaggio, whose genius reshaped the Baroque era, once destroyed his own patronage through a violent outburst, a single choice that locked him out of commissions for years. Genius was not enough. Character was the true currency. And when the weight falls on you, will your character prove strong enough to carry the moment? But beware, there are those who, like Absalom in 2 Samuel 15, gain influence through quiet manipulation, turning hearts away until the damage is irreversible. Their downfall is always the same. The very net they weave for others becomes the snare that tightens around their own feet. When the moment arrives, Psalm 37:23, -24, will echo in your spirit. The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him. Though he may stumble, he will not fall, for the Lord upholds him with his hand. The decision you make will not just shape the rest of your year, it will define the architecture of the life you step into. This is the crossing point, and once you pass through, there is no going back. The old cycle will collapse behind you like a bridge burning in the distance. Stand not as someone afraid to lose, but as someone who knows the fight was never about winning an argument. It was about winning your soul. Rise into the self heaven has been shaping. For this is the moment you were born for. There is no more wandering, only the path, narrowing, focusing, leading you to a door that will open only once. When that door appears, you will not see it with your eyes. Yet, every part of your being will recognize it. The air will feel different, charged in a way that makes your skin tighten and your breath slow. The sounds around you will seem distant, as though the world has stepped back to make space for what is about to happen. And in that stillness, there will be a weight, not a burden, but the undeniable awareness that you have arrived at a crossing point. The person before you, the one who knows your habits, your strengths, your weaknesses, will become the key. Through them, something ancient within you will be called to the surface, a resonance older than memory, vibrating in the hidden chambers of your soul, like the echoes in a Gothic cathedral. Could it be that one sentence, whispered or spoken aloud, carries more weight than an entire lifetime of lessons? Could a single glance, a subtle shift in posture, reveal more than the pages of history ever could? The question lingers. What part of you has been waiting in silence, waiting for this very trial? And what will rise if you finally dare to confront it? In that moment, Every layer you have painstakingly built, the shields of habit. The armor of pride will be illuminated, every instinct to hide. Every familiar escape route etched into your mind will appear in high relief, demanding an answer without a sound. There will come a temptation, subtle yet powerful, to slip back into the old self, to follow the well-worn path of reaction, defense, and pride. It will feel familiar, as if walking barefoot along a riverbank where stones remember your steps. Comfort will beckon, seductive as the warmth of the sun on autumn leaves. Yet this is not the moment for ease. This is the threshold of transformation, a liminal corridor where the self you have never fully embraced waits to be discovered. Like a seed cracking through frozen soil, you must yield to the pressure of growth, not resist it. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind. Romans 12:2 whispers from the pages of eternity, reminding you that growth often comes disguised as discomfort. The door before you will not respond to force or anger. It does not bend to coercion, nor can it be pried open with the blunt instruments of human effort. It will open with stillness, with the conscious decision to stand in your truth while allowing the other to remain whole. The person before you is not your adversary. They are the final mirror. Every word, every glance they offer is a reflection of the last chain you must release. Could the greatest betrayal also be the greatest revelation? Might the hand that appears to push you down be the one holding the key to your ascent? Whoever walks with the wise becomes wise, but the companion of fools will suffer harm. Proverbs 13:20 reverberates here, highlighting that discernment in human relationships is both a science and an art. And when the moment arrives, that subtle click in your soul, that almost imperceptible shift in the unseen currents of your being, you will recognize the choice you have made. The energy in the room will transform, like the sudden clarity of light piercing through stained glass at noon. The heaviness will lift as if a storm within has passed, leaving the air crystalline, charged with possibility. Even the light itself will seem sharper, more alive, acknowledging the step you have taken. Have you ever noticed how lightning illuminates the forest, revealing hidden paths and unseen branches? This is your moment of revelation, an inner flash exposing the contours of your higher self. The Lord is my strength and my shield. In him my heart trusts, and I am helped. Psalm 28:7 resounds through the stillness, confirming the alignment of courage and obedience. The test, though intimate and silent, echoes with universal patterns like waves tuned to a resonant frequency. Your choices create a subtle interference pattern, reverberating far beyond the visible horizon. Could it be that this trial, small in appearance, yet immense in consequence, mirrors the hidden harmonics of creation itself? And, as in the score of Amadeus, where tension rises only to resolve in transcendent clarity, your response will orchestrate the unseen forces around you. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Psalm 23:4 accompanies each step, reminding you that divine accompaniment transcends betrayal, fear, and doubt. Stand now, not as one who has been beaten by circumstance, but as one who has deciphered the subtle architecture of divine challenge. You have faced the reflection of your deepest fears, the mirror that could have shattered your resolve, and yet you remain unbroken, like a tree rooted in rocky soil, yet stretching toward the heavens. Your strength is revealed in the tension between adversity and aspiration. Will you rise fully, choosing courage where habit tempts retreat? Will you let this moment define you as a sentinel of integrity and divine alignment? Be strong, and let your heart take courage. All you who wait for the Lord, Psalm 31-24, echoes through the corridors of eternity, a clarion call to stand and step into the destiny awaiting your obedience. But make no mistake, this door will not linger indefinitely, like a quantum resonance that exists only in precise alignment. The opportunity vibrates in a frequency that will vanish the moment hesitation prevails. If you falter, if your gaze drifts elsewhere, the portal will not slam shut in fury. It will fade quietly, returning to the liminal spaces where thresholds wait for those attuned enough to recognize them again. Can you sense the subtle architecture of this moment? The invisible scaffolding of destiny that forms only when your awareness synchronizes with the pattern. Behold, I set before you today life and death, blessing and curse. Therefore choose life. Deuteronomy 30-19 whispers through the invisible corridors, reminding you that discernment now is the axis upon which your future pivots. In the days preceding this pivotal instant, life orchestrates small rehearsals, subtle exercises in the harmonic physics of choice. You may feel provoked, tested in the laboratory of your own mind, asked to hold your peace when every neuron screams for reaction, interaction, every delayed response. Each carefully measured word is like a calibration of your internal gyroscope. The universe is polishing the key before you stand before the lock. Have you noticed how certain moments arrive repeatedly, as if the cosmos itself is providing a rehearsal? Could the mundane be training you for the miraculous? The heart of man plans his way, but the Lord establishes his steps. Proverbs 16-9 hums beneath the surface of every encounter, confirming that even seemingly ordinary trials are charged with unseen design. And when you finally stand before the portal, the point where your pulse races and your consciousness sharpens into crystalline focus, remember this: your decision here will pivot destiny itself. There is no fault in pausing, no weakness in inhaling deeply before action. What matters is that your choice is rooted in the person you are becoming, the refined, harmonically balanced self, not the shadow of who you once were. On the other side, air itself will feel altered, denser in opportunity, lighter in burden. Streets may appear unchanged, faces familiar, routines seemingly the same, but you have changed. I can do all things through him who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13 echoes as a subsonic reinforcement, a hidden resonance that underwrites every step you take into the transformed world. The noise that once pulled at your attention, fragmenting your consciousness like static in a radio signal, will become distant, almost irrelevant. The weight lodged in your chest for years, tension, unspoken sorrow, unacknowledged doubt, will dissolve. Like heat dissipating from a metal lattice, colors will sharpen, tones of voice will carry new meaning. Minute details, previously imperceptible, will command your focus. Sunlight refracting through window panes like prisms in a cathedral dome. The cadence of your own breathing, a rhythmic pulse of life. The expressions on those around you will speak volumes. Subtle cues previously drowned in chaos now, audible through your attuned perception. Life will slow enough for clarity, as if the cosmos itself has adjusted its temporal frequency to align with your newly centered being. Decisions will flow with the smooth efficiency of fluid dynamics, not because life is simpler, but because your internal systems have aligned, like harmonic oscillators achieving perfect resonance. Will quiet replace anxiety, uncertainty, and indecision? Yes. You will meet challenges with the calm equilibrium of a pendulum at rest after storms of motion. Relationships will evolve, some rising alongside you, anchored in mutual growth and understanding, others shedding away naturally, like leaves releasing from trees in a precise gust of wind, not forcibly removed, but realigned with the seasonal flow. Opportunities, long chased with frantic effort, will arrive in synchrony, appearing at the nexus of preparation, presence, and precision. Doors will no longer require force to open. They respond to the physics of alignment, the architecture of readiness, the mathematics of divine timing. In moments of challenge, how do the principles of patience, deliberate action, and attentive observation, echoed in both Proverbs 16:3, commit your work to the Lord, and your plans will be established. And Leonardo da Vinci's reflections on perception and design serve as the foundational architecture of your personal success and destiny. How does every heartbeat, every measured breath, and every choice to remain calm amid provocation contribute to the invisible blueprint of triumph in your life? Now is the time to rise fully. Stand as if the unseen columns of heaven themselves support your spine, as if each decision is a stone in the cathedral of your soul. The transformation has begun. It is subtle, profound, and irreversible. Step through with courage. Step through with clarity. Step through knowing that what you choose today reverberates across the unseen dimensions of your life. For the Lord will be your confidence and will keep your foot from being caught. Proverbs 3:26 resonates here. A harmonic seal of assurance for every step forward. Rise. For the world beyond this moment waits for the one who has mastered the quiet art of alignment, the final key to a life lived fully, courageously, divinely. Most of all, there will be a peace that lives deep inside you, not the fragile kind that shatters when circumstances shift, but the enduring kind that remains steady, no matter what storms rage around you. As it is written in Isaiah 40:31, "But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles." Can you feel what it means to rise even when the world insists you fall? This is the gift that passing the test brings, not avoidance of hardship, but the courage to meet it with unshakable certainty. The quiet knowledge that nothing can strip away who you have become. Consider Maya Angelou, the renowned poet and activist. You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them. Her life was a tapestry of challenges, yet her resilience illuminated the paths of countless others. And so it is for you, the person who hesitated before the door, who trembled under the weight of old wounds, will feel familiar, like someone you once knew, but who could not walk forward with you. Have you ever wondered why some people seem stuck while others step into their destiny? Every step you take beyond that threshold reaffirms why they had to remain behind. This is why the moment matters. This is why you were prepared, pushed, and placed exactly where you are now. The doorway before you does more than open onto a new chapter. It leads to the version of yourself that your soul has long awaited. The first thing you will notice are the signs, not merry coincidences, numbers, shapes, or fleeting patterns, but personal symbols speaking directly to you. A bird appearing as if from memory, a phrase resurrected from a forgotten book, or a melody you didn't know you needed until that precise moment. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, in Jeremiah 29:11, plans for welfare, hope, and a future. How often have you missed these whispers because they were so quiet, yet persistent? It will feel as though the cosmos is conversing in a language only you can understand. The more you recognize these signs, the more they will multiply. This is not magic, it is resonance. The universe responding to the frequency you now carry, everywhere. You will see mirrors, not merely in reflective surfaces, but in the gestures of strangers, in the eyes of loved ones. They reveal fragments of the self you reclaimed, unexpected kindness, courage you forgot, you possessed, decisions free from fear. Could it be that these moments were always meant to reveal who you truly are? Visions may appear, quiet and fleeting, glimpses of places yet unvisited, lives that feel both alien and intimately familiar. They are not distant possibilities, they are steps within reach. Even challenges will shift in tone, storms may persist, but they will no longer derail your course. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and do not lean on your own understanding. Reminds Proverbs 3:5. What if the turbulence itself is teaching you the rhythm of your own power? Yet, beware the antagonist within and without. Those who once sought to distract or diminish you, whether the dismissive critic, the deceitful friend, or the inner voice of doubt. Consider the story of King Saul, who allowed envy to cloud his judgment, ultimately losing favor, and the kingdom he once held. Their echoes may still appear, but their power is neutralized by the growth and alignment you now carry. Their consequences serve as lessons, reminders that the path of the chosen self is paved through discernment, resilience, and the sacred art of timing. Every heartbeat, every measured breath, every deliberate choice to remain calm amid provocation contributes to the invisible architecture of triumph. As Paul wrote in Romans 8:28, and we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. The world itself conspires in your favor, and the moment you cross that threshold, you will know that the life awaiting you is the one you were always destined to inhabit. Will you recognize it when it finally appears? You'll stand in the rain and realize you are not drowning. You are rooted, like the ancient oak whose branches sway, yet whose trunk remains unbroken through centuries of storms. The lightning will strike, yet you will feel no fear, only awe at its raw power and beauty, as if the sky itself is echoing your inner awakening. How long have you been waiting for the moment that would reveal this strength within you? This is how you will know you have changed, not because the world became easier, but because you are no longer the same in its presence, and the person closest to you, the one who played the role in your final test, will become a sign. Whether they stay or drift away, they will mark the threshold you crossed. You will no longer see them as an obstacle. You will see them as the hand that knowingly or unknowingly turned the final key, as it is written in Psalm 37:23. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Every seeming barrier was part of the design, and even your adversaries, the rivals who sought to hinder your growth, have become unwitting architects of your triumph. Did you ever wonder why their interference felt unbearable at the time, yet essential in hindsight? In your hardest moments, every challenge, delay, and heartbreak was a thread pulling you here, weaving you into the exact shape needed to step forward. You will sense the rhythm of this weaving as you move, like the subtle patterns in a river's current or the way vines climb towards sunlight against every obstacle. And as you walk further into this space, You will feel the pull of something greater, a sense that this is not the end of your journey, but the beginning of the one you were born to take. Have you noticed how every thorned path eventually leads to a clearing? The path will not reveal itself all at once, yet you will no longer fear the unknown. You will welcome it, because now you understand that every unseen step carries you precisely where you are meant to go. The signs will continue to appear. A deer pausing in your path, a breeze rustling in patterns that echo long-forgotten prayers, a song from a European orchestra swelling with the harmony of hope, a subtle reminder of what faith has guided throughout history. Even uplifts, like the opening scene of the Chronicles of Narnia, the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe, whisper that the extraordinary waits just beyond the familiar. The doorway remains behind you, a silent witness to the day you stopped circling the same ground and began to truly move forward. Every step you take now is part of the approach. The doorway may not yet stand fully visible, but its presence shapes your days, the challenges that arise, the emotions that surface without warning, the words lingering in your mind, all fragments of the path leading to that singular point. As Proverbs 16:9 reminds us, a man's heart deviseth his way, but the Lord directeth his steps. Every heartbeat, every breath, every choice is guiding you. Like the currents that carry a mighty river toward the ocean, it was always destined to reach. The 31st of August is not a date to fear, it is a threshold. A sacred moment where preparation meets destiny. The test before you is not about defeating someone else. It is about mastering yourself when it matters most. Every sign you have seen, every subtle whisper of the universe, has been guiding you to this very point. The stage is set. The air is still. And your heart knows the time has come. Remember this. You were prepared for this exact moment. Step forward with the truth in your heart, and the door will open effortlessly. Step forward with fear, and it will dissolve beneath the weight of your courage. Your choice is yours, and its echo will resonate through every chapter yet to be written in your story. As Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds us, trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make your paths straight. And if this message has spoken to your soul, take a moment now, like, share, comment 777, and subscribe to the channel. Your engagement is more than a click. It is a declaration that you are ready to walk the path laid out for you. To those who have supported us through super thanks or in spirit, we are deeply grateful. Your presence strengthens this community of seekers, dreamers, and chosen ones. May your steps be guided by clarity, your heart be filled with courage, and your spirit rise to meet the destiny you were always meant to embrace. Go forth with faith, and may blessings follow you wherever you journey.